What's up, people? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti, and you should too. Doing a little stream here tonight to finish up Jamie Ann, Little Stellar Fox's 3-inch. She's coming by tomorrow. If I don't get it done, I won't be able to give it to her, so we have to get it done. So I might do like I did Monday night and just not answer every single question. Focus on this. As the questions pop up, I'll get to them. If you ask a question and it gets buried in the chat, ask it again. I'm going to actually pop the chat out right now, which just basically lets me make the chat bigger, so that I hopefully don't lose the questions. So there we go with that. Let's get this over here, and we will get going. I have some pizza left, but it's terrible, so I'm not going to eat the rest of it. What do you think of that, world? Sick. Let's do it. Let's build quards. Blah. Let's get this lined up right. Yet another camera angle here tonight. Giving it another shot. See what we can do. See which angles we like. See which ones we don't. Name of the game right now. We're going to get this done. Alright. Sick. So, how's everybody doing? Let's see it in the chat, man. What are you guys up to? I saw somebody was on the ride home. That's pretty awesome. Alright. I got a bottle of water here. So, actually, for anybody that remembers from a couple weeks ago, where I was talking about the Newbie drone, brushless board, and ready to fly whoop. This is it. Let me do something here. If I turn as long as I mute I hope this doesn't eat up so much internet that it fails. This is well, that's really nice to have that up there. Let me shrink it down and drop the quality way the hell down. Alright, cool. So that's slick. I can leave that opened to get an idea of what's going on. I want to use the I'm using the better camera on the phone, which is the front facing, but then I don't get the screen, so I can use the feed on the computer. There'll be a little delay, but that's okay. So this is so I reread the NDA. Well, I read the NDA. What's up? What's up, Chris?
It's really close to your hand.
Close to my hand. Oh wow, it's very close to my hand. Well, that's fine. That's fine because we're going to be doing all that work here. so yeah, I reread the NDA and it doesn't say anything about not taking pictures or showing it. It just basically says don't rip it off. So this is it. This is Newbie Drones, ready to fly, brushless Whoop, and I'm in their tester group, and we're kind of figuring some stuff out. And I had to put a different receiver in here, so I haven't gotten to fly it. I got it like last week, and then I haven't been able to fly it until last night. But so this is the first 1S brushless Whoop that I've ever flown, and it's really good. It really, really rips. So Beta FPV sent me their 2S 2S Whoop a little bit ago, a while ago actually, a couple months ago, and way too much power for inside. I mean, it does work outside, but I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me to fly a Whoop outside. So this is really what I'm kind of digging, and this is what I've been waiting for. To be totally honest, what I was really waiting for is this Cockroach brushless frame. Every single other frame kind of sucks. There is a gray 7mm frame that's pretty good, that's pretty stiff, but all the brushless frames were kind of gummy and horrible. So this is awesome. I'm super, super, super happy with this Cockroach frame, and they did a hell of a job, as they always do, with their flight controller ESC all-in-one. Their motors seem really good too. They are 0802 20,000 kVs. Little hungry, but the power is pretty gnarly. Let's get a little bit better light on this guy. I'm playing around. They have some new props coming out too, called Azzy props, and those are really good as well. One of them, well, I got it stuck in Kristen's hair, so I had to take all the props off, and I figured, you know what, I'll try these HQs that I got, and the HQs are noticeably quieter. I don't have enough time on it to really tell if they're more grippy. I mean, they should be, because they're 4-blade. The Azzies are 3 blades. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Nabi, next live stream will be the maybe a surprise one. I don't know. Probably not though. It'll probably be Sunday night. Basically, Joshua Bardwell coattail riding. So Sunday after his, I think he goes at 2 for the European people. So I'm guessing I would be going at. No, he goes at 1. He goes from 1 to 3, I think. So I guess it would be 3 o'clock Sunday, and then I'll do it again 10 o'clock on Monday. Yeah, this thing is awesome. The weight is really why I didn't like the 2S. Inside a 40+ gram Tiny Whoop is kind of a lot, too much too much. This guy, I've been meaning to weigh it, so this is kind of perfect. So we're looking at 23.2, and at some point they'll send me a replacement receiver that'll save a little bit of weight. This is a little bit heavy of a receiver in here. So 23.2, that's pretty good, and then with the battery we're looking at sub 30. That's awesome. 29.8 with a 3.8 high voltage, 250 mAh. This is an RDQ battery. They're shockingly good. You wouldn't think it from their pedestrian appearance, but they shred pretty good. This thing is awesome. It absolutely punishes your batteries that aren't in good shape. So your puffy Whoop batteries are not going to love this, but your fresh ones, it is awesome. The one big thing for me with the brushless Whoops is the authority that you get on the yaw axis, because brushless motors have active braking and brushed do not. Although the B-Brain Lite flight controller, I guess it would be, did actually add an extra MOSFET for active braking. So I didn't get to try that, but supposedly it was really good. But brushless is just the end all be all. I mean, it is the answer to all things. Brushless is like Miata. It is the answer to every question. And this thing has been holding up pretty good too. I've put like 20 batteries through it. I've bashed the living hell out of it a bunch, and no surprises. The cockroach frame is just perfect, and these motors are holding up good too, as I'm checking right now. The camera looks fantastic. They've got some kind of proprietary OSD on here, which works really well. Motors make good power. Yeah, really awesome product. No idea when they will come out with it, but we're providing feedback for them right now. So yeah, really, if you guys are looking for a brushless swoop, I can definitely say that this thing is going to be fantastic when it comes out. 65 millimeter. The whole 75 millimeter thing for inside, I just don't. It's not my thing. So yeah, I really need to get a screen so that I can fly this inside and just point this live stream camera at the little monitor so you guys can see me shredding around the house. But well, how about this? I'll drop a oh god, let me drop a Patreon link in the chat real quick, because for the patrons, I will make it a point tonight. You guys can hold me to this. Tonight, I will put in a half-decent battery on this thing and put it up on Patreon. I'll just throw it up as unlisted on YouTube, like I do a lot of times, and all the unlisted YouTube videos, the Patreon folks are going to have access to. So yeah, I'll do that. So anybody that's willing to spare the couple bucks a month to be a patron of mine will get to see this thing shredding around the house. You'll get to see how strangely shaped my new apartment is, and yeah, it'll be a good time. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything in the chat. Guillermo asks 65 or 75 millimeters. 65. Week's half over. Yes, it is. I thought today was Tuesday all day, and I'm probably not the only one. Houseblog got 6 batteries in on the Larva X. Pretty cool little thing. Custom micros are my future. Awesome, man. Love to hear that. Love it. Tux can't be here for long, but he's here for a bit. I appreciate you coming, brother. Craft King, what's up? Nabi, what's up? Everybody else that's in here, what's up? Has anyone tried Fettec? Fettec, F-E-T-T-E-C. I think is that the ESC that's compatible with? Let me turn the music off. What am I doing? Is that the ESC that's compatible with Flyduino? Sounds familiar. I think Vic had a. I feel like Vic had a video talking about the Fettec ESC. If so, no, I have not tried it. But speaking of Flyduino, I will actually have a all V2, all KISS V2 slammed alien up for sale sometime here in the near future. KISS is really cool. I really enjoyed the time that I spent with KISS, but it is different enough from Betaflight that I just don't think that I can fly them both and just not have it sort of like negatively impacts my flying. Basically, I have a hard. It's hard enough for me to fly 5-inch and then drop down to 2.5, 3-inch, and have to adjust to within the 5-inch world. So yeah, if you're a super baller, there will be an expensive but really good KISS V2 slammed alien up for sale. Basically, as soon as my buddy Brad gets it in the mail and sends it back to me, I mailed it out to him for him to check out. He's been curious about KISS V2 for a while. So after I spent a couple months with it, and I kind of made my decision to not go with KISS and to stick with Betaflight, I sent that thing out to him for him to kind of play around with. And he is now done with it as well. So it'll be back here soon. If you want more info, hit me up. how slammed is a slammed alien? It is very slammed. It's got the slammed kit, which drops it down on, I want to say, 22 millimeter standoffs. So it still has enough height to fit. If you wanted to switch it over to Betaflight, you could do a. It's got enough height for a dual 30 by 30 stack, but I mean, what's the fun in that? All right, back in the chat here. What else am I missing? Other than Zachary Chaffin. Zachary, is your last name Chafin or Chaffin? Other than size, what's the real drawback using an XM Plus in a 3-inch? Lua is not a consideration because of OSD tuning. So Zach is asking about the XM Plus, which I accidentally ordered from Newbie Drone that they sent me. So I mean, if anybody wants to buy an XM Plus, I'll sell you one, a brand new one, cheap. The only downfall of this receiver versus the RXSR is telemetry and size. I guess you could also say that some people like the plug header on the RXSR. I actually do not. I depin a lot of these and pull the plug header off of them so that I can get to the through holes, which is a real pain in the ass. I wish they sold the RXSR depinned like the XM Plus. But yeah, I mean, other than that, they're both diversity. They're both, regular old FR Sky protocol, and they're both fairly light too. It's just, yeah, the XM Plus is a little bit bigger. It's sort of the OG 2017, 2018 era FR Sky little tiny receiver, and it's great. Works really, really well. You just won't get telemetry back to the radio. You do get RSSI though, which is nice. It automatically puts RSSI on channel 12, which is pretty slick. And then if you wanted to drop down to 8 channels, I'm sure there's a way. Oscar Liang probably has a article on how to pull the. It's probably just a CLI command or something to pull that RSSI channel off of 12 and bring it to like 8 or so, so that you can do 8 channel. But yeah, if anybody wants that XM Plus, hit me up. I'll sell it to you cheap. Right. What else do we have? Good question, Zach. Are you reading this, Ciotti? I am now, Guillermo. No, he's not, Nabi. You were correct back then. 17, bunch of them. I have a bunch of them. I've run out of RXSRs. I gotcha. Yeah, man, they work totally fine. We're putting them in. We're putting one of them in my wife's build that she's going to do one of these days when Jamie's hanging out over here. Smallest battery is a 2200 3S. Will it fit? Oh boy. Mr. Tux, thank you for helping Zach out. Really want one of these tiny ones. Cool. iFlay indoors. Yeah, the big stuff indoors is totally doable, but my God, you can't shred. You got to be careful because all that weight really slides around in the hallways. Guillermo, yes, I did clean my desk just for you guys. That's how much I love you. Ciotti, do you have an Android phone? I do not. I have an iPhone. At some point, I'll get off my ass and spend the $20, or I'm sure they're cheap, on Amazon for some kind of a webcam, so that I can just throw a webcam somewhere here, and then I can fuck around with OBX and whatnot. Because I do want to have some of these streams for reviewing flight footage and doing edits and stuff like that. So I'll get there, starting slow. Guillermo asks what motors. These are the RCX 1304 4000s. I switched from the 5000s to the 4000s because I lit one of them on fire after the stream Monday night. But also, I realized it would be a good idea because the 5000 kV 1304s on 4S, if you put a tri-blade 3-inch prop on them, they really are really overpropped, and they really have a hard time turning on that setup. So for Jamie, these 4000s will be better because she'll be able to run 2.5-inch if she wants to do like super duper proximity kind of stuff, or if she's out in a little bit bigger of a space, she'll be able to go up to a 3-inch prop, and this will be a really good combo. So let's dive in. I'm gonna, like I said, work on this and answer as many questions as I can, but I have to get this done tonight. So let's do that. All right. So let's. I'm just gonna start doing random things. Kiss with Betaflight on it, and it's butter. That's pretty cool. I never thought of doing that. The kit. I will say this about Kiss. Holy crap! On a pancake, are their components nice? The I didn't understand why they were so expensive until I built one, and then I pretty much immediately kind of understood. They just make them better. I mean, it's a Honda versus a Bentley. I mean, Honda makes a great car that works really, really well, but it's not a Bentley. Flyduino is making a Lambo, a Bentley, an Aston Martin. They're just making the highest quality product I've ever seen in FPV. Everything is shrunken down nice and small because all their tolerances are nice and tight, all their clearances are nice and tight. It's just really, really, really good stuff. Whether or not it makes sense to spend that much money on really nice stuff that you're going to bang into concrete all the time, that remains to be seen. But if you've got the money, their stuff is beautiful. I think I missed one. Let's see. It's sold. Prop Pirate, do you really want it? Message me. It's all yours. Craft King would be an anchor. What would be an anchor? Get video? What? One of those tiny ones. I don't know. Derp. Best 5-inch, Armaton or wait for Skoll V3, the Craft King asks. For me, neither. The Skolls, in my opinion, only really make sense if you're going to fly a session only. And with them being discontinued, I don't necessarily know if that's a great idea. Let's kick on the soldering iron here. And I also don't love the vertical carbon setups. I've seen so many camera housings break because of the vertical carbon. Because when it hits, the vertical carbon wants to kind of do this, and that will just snap the camera case. You know, you've got your camera bolted in to the vertical carbon, and when it does this, it just annihilates this camera case. And most cameras you can't get a replacement case for. The cameras that I run, the Micro Eagles, they just don't work with replacement cases. They actually glue all of the electronics into them. So when you break this case, you have to either buy a new one or epoxy it back together, which is what I've actually been doing. I broke 2 of these on the Slammed Alien because that has the vertical carbon. Before I realized that I could flip those around and run a TPU camera loop. The TPU camera loops are a little bit nicer to those cameras because they just kind of move around a little bit on those really hard, sharp hits. So yeah, and Armaton, I've never owned an Armaton frame. I know a lot of people love them. The lifetime warranty is great and all, but I would just rather have a frame that doesn't sort of rely on that warranty. I don't necessarily want to pay for that warranty. I have no problem. Look, replacing arms is very cheap. A really well-built frame, the arm will be the weak point. So on a hard enough hit, it'll break the arm. That'll take up enough of the energy for it not to break anything else. Swap the arm in 2 minutes. You know, $4, $5 arm, and you're back in business. I don't want a frame where the whole damn thing, or it's a unibody and it's going to blow up, and I have to pull it all the way apart, send something out, send a picture out, and wait for replacement pieces to come in. That's sort of just me and the way that I fly. Armaton products are really decent. They, not so many people wouldn't fly them if they weren't, but I've seen some things that I don't love about them. Joshua had found some mid-throttle oscillation problems with some of their frames, and I when I see where they put some of the bolt holes, I really don't understand, and then they break right along those bolt holes. So I mean, it's just I don't know. I've yet to see one of their frames that I love. Somebody was just asking about a flux pen. This is what you want. You can get it on Amazon. Just search for Flux Pen. It's probably not going to focus, but yeah, Flux Pen. Search for it on Amazon. It's got like a felt tip, and you push in on it to pull the flux up to the tip. This is all you'll ever need, in my opinion. And then just always keep in mind that your solder has flux in it. Well, most solders have flux in them. As long as they're a rosin core, they have flux in them. All right, yeah. So for back to 5-inch frames, my current 5-inch frame of choice is the Bob Rugi's Kebab's Glide frame. It's the toughest 100-gram frame that I've been able to find. It holds up really well. If you slam it hard enough, it will break. But you can say that about pretty much every and any frame. So yeah, that is my current top frame choice. It also has really good, not foolproof, but really good motor protection. He puts like the devil horns on the ends of the arms, which stick out here and here to protect the motors, which work really, really well. So what I'm going to do here on this build is I need to get a Foxeer wiring harness onto this, because that's the camera that Jamie is going to run. So, and I think that they're different. I think Foxeer uses the smaller version of the Moly plug header. Let me just check that. Oh, look at that. No, they don't. Well, then hell, this will work. I can actually just leave this. Oh, but if I leave this, Foxeer shares the ground with their remote hookup. So if I leave this triple pin RunCam one, she won't be able to use the remote, and that's annoying. So we're gonna swap it out. All right. So which way did I decide to run this? It was like this, I believe, right? Yeah, because there's the RXSR in the back. Or did I? Yeah, I decided to run it this way because I wanted to eat up some of that cabling by doing that. This goes out by the plug header. So, what I'm checking to see is this little pre-cut one long enough, and I can pretty much guarantee it's not. Although, wait, yes it will be. Oh, terrific, because I can power it off 5 volt. I had this one set up for VBAT, I think, because I must have had this powering a split, which needs VBAT. It doesn't need it, but it can take VBAT, and the less you have dragging on the 5 volt regulators on your flight controller, the better. But a camera is not much of a drag on the regulator, so I can just put this tiny little pre-cut one that I already have right on here, and we'll be good to go. So let's do that. Alright, chat is up on the top of the screen, and I'm about to lose track, so let's blast through a few. Mr. Tux once damaged a RX plug header and didn't notice it, then the ground wire came undone in flight, soldering for the win. Absolutely. I hate these goddamn plugs. I don't know if they're actually called Moly, but whatever they're called, I don't like them. I do not trust them. When I'm doing a build correctly, I actually glue the damn things in, because they eventually will pull out, especially if you're unplugging and replugging them often. They will just fall right the hell out. I do not like them. What else? Trying to find a quad bind and fly. Any suggestions for a noob? Asks Vasilis. I'm not even gonna try that last name, my man. I don't know much about bind and fly. Like, I'm so behind on bind and flies that like the Emax Hawk 5 is like the last one that I remember people being all excited about. So I'm not the best when it comes to bind and fly knowledge, but I'll bet you that there's a couple folks in the chat that might have a much better idea than me. Or head on over to Joshua Bardwell's channel. He gets this is interesting. The camera is all up in my shit. How am I going to do this? So the soldering iron is all tangled up in the stand that I have the camera on. Good lord. Alright, I gotta move this back a little bit. Otherwise, I'm gonna light the house on fire when I need to pass this soldering iron back and forth. Is that good? We're almost there. Technical stuff. Yeah, so hit Joshua Bardwell's channel for lots of bind and fly info. I started my FPV journey with bind and fly micros. I think there's a lot to be said for that, but if you just want to dive right into a 5-inch rig, I'm not going to be much of a help. In terms of bind and fly micros, I'm also not going to be a help. I just don't know what they are. I custom build everything. But I'm sure that there are some folks that are they'll be able to help you out. Emax has some good stuff. I've lost track of what it's even called. Baby Hawks or Freestyles or I don't know. But Emax makes a really good product, so you kind of can't go wrong with those. I know there's some nice Diatones out there. So yeah, start floating around. You'll find some good stuff. Oh, you know who you should also check out is Nick Burns. Nick Burns is really the guy when it comes to micro bind and flies. The manufacturers send him quite a few of them to review, and what I love about Nick is he doesn't just push the reviews out as quickly as possible to try to get as many likes as he possibly can. He takes the appropriate amount of time with the quad to make sure that he's flown it a bunch and has a real good feel for it and has tested the durability, which is really, that's the important thing for me. It's so easy to just put a couple batteries through it, form somewhat of an opinion, and just, jump online and tell everybody it's great. But once you've put 20, 30, 40 batteries through it, now you're starting to get it in, crashed it a bunch. Now you can actually give some feedback on whether or not it's going to hold up in a crash, which, especially for new folks, is super important. What you doing, Kristen? No more Veronica Mars for you? All right. So I'm actually going to do this in the frame because these standoffs hold the gobbledygook better. When I use this piece of wood, I'll tape it down, but I'm all like folded in the desk here. I don't want to go get my masking tape. I think I'm starting to lose chats off the top of the screen. So if I don't answer your question, just ask it again. Do this real quick. Let me just concentrate for a second. Alright, there's that pad tinned, and there's that pad tinned. Alright, let's pull this video in off of here. So these are through holes, and I used to, and I still try to use the through holes, but you know what? I am going to use the through holes, come to think of it. I am going to use them. So my father taught me basically that while the through holes are kind of a pain in the ass to deal with, they are just the absolute strongest possible way to run a wire, as long as you're not like kinking the wire or doing anything that's gonna break the wire at the end of the through hole. As long as you put like a soft kind of angle on it, it's gonna be really, really strong. And the way that I do it is I'll just put heat on the bottom and then just push them through the top. I can just barely read the silk screening on this. Okay, so it's video in, ground, and then 5 volt. So I will just kind of like line it up, clean the iron, of course, put some heat on the bottom, and then just push down through as soon as I see it go liquid. And the only problem I'm having right now is I don't know if the solder went all the way through to the bottom. And it doesn't look like it did. So I'm going to tin the tip a little bit here. And This way I'll be kind of pushing solder up from the bottom into the through hole, and there it just started bubbling, so I know it's liquid. Push it down in. And remove. So there's one, and I think it was, what was it, 5 volt in the middle, right? No, ground in the middle. Terrific. Alright. Get our ground going. Now the ground is going to take a little bit longer. The other thing you want to be careful with on this is when you're applying heat to the bottom, just make sure that you're not bridging the pads down there. I'll check that afterwards when I'm done. Doesn't happen very often, but it's something that can happen if you're not careful. So there's it bubbling. Let's get it in there. Oh, nope, it's not getting hot enough yet. Let's give it another little minute here. Minute, yeah, great. Alright, so that's not getting hot enough. The ground pads are directly connected to the well, the ground pads are all connected together, essentially. So basically, the heat that you put into a ground pad is going to go and spread all over the board. So they always require more heat and or more time to get the solder to flow, and that's what we got going on right now. So we're going to bail. Let me take a look at these pads, make sure they're not getting all junked up on the bottom. Nah, they're fine. There's the first one that I did. There's the ground pad. This flight controller has been installed and uninstalled a bunch of times, so it's the solder is kind of dirty on there. So it's not wanting to transfer heat all that well, but we must persevere. Let's get a nice blob of solder on the tip of the iron, and then we'll go in. This should definitely get it. The other thing that can sometimes happen is the heat just won't transfer all the way up to the top, and what I'll do is I'll just hit the top with the iron just to get it going, and then put the heat back on the bottom. And that'll usually work, although this time it's not. This time it's being a real dick. There it goes. Being a real jerk, you through hole. Alright. Getting there. There it is. And that should be it. Oh, nope. Look at that. Wire just kinked on me. That was weird. That was weird. Alright, one more time. And I do have the iron turned down, which I like to do when I'm working on the small stuff. We might actually need to kick the iron up a little bit. Kick the temperature up, I should say. Come on. Yeah, we need to raise the temperature on the iron. So let's just clean this up, and we'll come back at it. When stuff's not working, when you're soldering, stop, take a breath, clean it off, get some fresh solder on it, and do it again. If you just keep adding more and more and more solder, it's you're just going to keep getting more and more and more angry. And that doesn't help anything. Now, if I was really having a problem with this one, I would actually take solder wick and wick all the solder off and completely restart. But I typically don't have to do that. I can typically just get away with adding some more. So let's just add some fresh. And I meant to turn the temperature of the iron up before doing this, but that's okay. Alright, so that should be better. Let me see if I can leave the iron alone. I wonder if it was just that. Be a good little experiment. Let's see here. One of the higher end concepts of soldering is like essentially where's the heat going. Everything touching. So I'm putting heat onto this pad, and then that's going to, it being a ground pad, that's going to spread that heat around to the rest of the. Keep wanting to say ground plane, but it's not a ground plane. That's something totally different. But it's going to spread the heat around on the flight controller itself. As soon as I put a wire on here, the wire is also going to suck up heat. If my fingers are touching the wire, they're going to suck up some heat. If there's a if I'm holding the wires with a pair of tweezers, they're going to suck up some heat, and that did the trick. So there we go. So yeah, like the level that my father was at with soldering on a plasma fusion reactor, he would talk a lot about that, how it's all about heat management, essentially. And that's all your right hand is really doing. All your right hand is doing is putting heat where you want it and sometimes where you don't want it. Making sure it goes where you don't want it, I should say. So remember that. Don't ever try to hold a wire down with the soldering iron, the tip of the soldering iron, because there's a good chance that as soon as you take it off of there, the wire's going to pop right up off that pad, and you're going to have to go back in. So there we go. And you guys, I just, you could see how easily the positive red wire went on, again, because it's not a ground. It's not connected to all the other grounds, so it's not spreading all the heat out. And now we check the bottom, and all three of them are fine, nice and smooth, nice and shiny, and not bridged. So there we go. Now we've got a Foxeer plug header on here. Let's twist it up a little bit just to keep the wires together. Check the wires to make sure they're not mangled in any way, since it is coming off of another rig. And we're golden. This is going to be a hell of a tidy build. I am happy with this. This is coming out really good. So now we can remove the rest of the other harness real quick. So that just shot a solder ball, which I'm going to have to investigate in a second here. Make sure it didn't go anywhere important. And there we go. So let's see where that went. I think it went farther. I don't see it anywhere in here. There's a big ugly blob of solder on this guy though. Let's get that out of there. Alright, good. Another thing that you can do instead of using solder wick to remove solder is just clean the shit out of the tip and then put it on the pad and swipe off of the pad. So I'm going to heat this ground pad up. It's flowing. Pull off the pad quickly. And that you'll pull a good amount of solder off when you do that. And it's just quick and really easy to do. So that's another little soldering trick for you. And I'll do it over here just to kind of clean these pads up to make sure that there's no sharp edges or anything that's going to get caught on the battery strap. So there we go with that. I am super behind on the chat. Let me blast through a bunch real quick. Herp-a-derp-a-derp, derp-a-derp-a-derp. Mr. Tux, if you screw around with OBS, USB, FPV receiver, it plugs into the computer. Oh, that's pretty cool. Tux, do me a favor. Can you shoot me a message to remind me of that? Because I'll for sure forget. That would be super cool. ZDK Root commenting on the fact that I'm actually working on a quad rather than just answering questions. Thank you, sir. What's up with you? Prop Pirate, yeah, I want it. Awesome. We'll talk later. Listen to your stream, whooping around the house. Awesome, man. Would you rather have a unibody? Asks Daniel. Personally, no. I like the ability to change arms to different length arms, and I would rather have a thinner unibody in the middle, with a thinner center canopy area, I should say, which you get with a removable arm frame. I just think that it's just so much easier in the long run to have a removable arm frame. Absolutely nothing against these unibodies. It's great that they last so long, but I would rather replace arms over and over. I'd rather replace 10 arms than have one of these break and have to fully tear a unibody apart and reframe it. But that's just me. No wrong answers there. A lot of people love unibodies. There's something to be said for the unibodies that in that they have a totally solid connection here, rather than having hardware and different thicknesses of carbon and whatnot. So, no wrong answers. Whatever works best for you is what you should go with. Um, Roll cage is tough as nails on the Skull V3. That's good to hear. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Flynoceros also has a lifetime warranty. So yeah, I would definitely take a Flynoceros frame over an Armaton frame, but I've yet to find. I thought it might have been I thought the Tank V2 Flynoceros frame might be a good one for me, but when I looked at it, it was just a little too heavy, and there were some other things that sort of just didn't fit my personal requirements for a frame. So yeah, but I know they make a great product, and they have some great team pilots. Oh hey, there's the solder ball. It's stuck to the little grommet here. Come off of there, you little jerk. This doesn't matter. There it goes. Nope, it's still there. Whatever. Nabi asks about flux. We answered that. Armaton warranty makes more sense with a unibody than with modular arms. Absolutely it does. Toughest 5-inch frame? Probably like Kevin's, the Stingy V2 is probably the toughest 5-inch frame. But it's too heavy for me. For a 5-inch frame, I don't want it to be any more than like 105 grams, and that's pretty rare. Lightweight freestyle frames are very rare. At some point, I will have my own 5-inch frame from Artorias, but that is a ways off. Do not hold your breath for that one. No idea when that'll be out. I wouldn't even think this year. My guess would be next year. But it'll be light and it'll be tough. Flux pens, yeah, Mr. Tux. Flux wires, what? Oh, flux the wires, yeah. I do. Daniel Robinson asks, do you put flux on the pads that you solder to? Absolutely. I put flux on the pads rather than on the wires just because it's easier and it just works. If I need flux. Typically I don't need flux. I'm usually quick enough with the solder that has flux in the core, where I can just tin the tip of the iron, get the job done, and it'll still be smoking, which is the flux burning off. So, Craft King, yes. Kebab Glide, that's the one. Spare tips too. Crappy tips, crappy soldering. Absolutely, House Blog. Copper sponge cleans the tip. Question by Nabi. Wet sponge is better because it's easier on the. I'm pointing off the screen where you guys can't see, but yeah, the sponge is better. But you gotta go over to the sink, and I don't got time for all that. So I use the copper spongy thing. Baby Hawk 4-inch, Daniel says. Yep, that's a good one. Kebab recommends a Tiny Hawk, and so do I. Yeah, Kebab has some really good all-in-one reviews as well. Yeah, good thinking, Prop Pirate. Right. Maybe your soldering iron is better? Nope. Oh yeah, X-Hover does have binded flies. They are expensive, but really, really good. So if you have the budget, that'd be a hell of a binded fly to get, one of the X-Hovers for sure. Almost there. 661 FPV, how are you, man? 100% holes are better than pads. This guy knows what's up. Every once in a while, you'll see me use the through holes as pads when I'm just in a huge hurry, or when I specifically want the wire to go off the side of the board or off the inside of the board. If there's absolutely no reason for it to go up at all, and like maybe like sometimes if I cut something a little bit too short, for example, then I'll use the through hole as a pad just to get that extra little bit of room. But I really do try to use the through holes just because they're stronger, and it makes a really tidy installation. It just really works well if you have the patience. Hate soldering ground, says 661. Me too. use more and more flux. Yeah, there's no such thing as too much flux. It looks like hell. Yeah, the 661 exactly. Ground plane. I keep thinking about that because of cars. My background is motorsports. Motorsports is still kind of sort of Mr. Tux Facebook, CIDFPV on Facebook. Yeah, my hobby for the last almost 20 years has been cars. For the last 10 or 12 years, it's been specifically motorsports within cars. So a lot of my vocabulary and way of explaining things are based around that. I was just explaining to someone earlier today that somebody messaged me and said, "Hey man, thanks for everything you're doing. The way that you explain stuff like really makes sense to me." And I was explaining to him that, if so, I've been a autocross instructor for I guess over 10 years now. I haven't done it much over the past few years because of FPV and a lack of budget for motorsports. But when you learn how to explain things to people when you're in the car hurtling around a racetrack at 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, then you can kind of explain things when you're sitting at a desk pretty easily. So yeah, that's where some of that kind of comes from. What else do we got here? Hyperlight Tooth Fairy, 3-inch, 4-inch, 5-inch boomerangs fit the same frame. Very cool. RTK. I gotta check that Tooth Fairy frame out. I've heard good things. Kebab didn't like it, but he has impossible standards. Much like myself. Nabi, I like 60-40. The 63-37 dries a little bit slower, so if you're a novice to soldering, that might be better. But you can't go wrong with MG Chemicals 60-40, in my opinion. Can't go wrong with either one. As long as it's one of these, you're going to be good. As long as it's not some like off-brand or some cheapo one, you'll probably be fine. As long as you stick with MG Chemicals. Or is it Chemicals? MG... Yeah, MG Chemicals. Look at me remembering stuff. See, I'm not that old yet. Sweet. All right, I'm far enough down on the chat where I can dig back in here. So we've got video in. We've got video out, which was already soldered up. Going to this UBAD 200 milliwatt little tiny VTX. We've got a RXSR plug on here, which is going to be in the rear. So we're good there. I can actually... Jamie has an RXSR that she's bringing for me, so I will just throw this one in so that I can get it all set up for her, and then I'll just take hers and replace this one from my drawer of stuff. So we've got that, and the last plug is the ESC plug, and I have not checked I checked on the previous stream with the old ESC that went up in flames for no good reason. I checked where the pins are on the plug header. This is actually really important, guys. You never want to assume that the flight controller and the ESC can plug in together, even if they're by the same brand, because you might have V1 from a year ago of their ESC and they changed their pin plug out on the V2 of the flight controller that you have, and if you cross some of these, if you get pretty much any of these wrong, it's probably bye-bye, because you've got VBAT on one of these. So if you put VBAT into one of the signal wires on this flight controller, you're done. So if these pins aren't going to the right places, there's a really good chance you're going to smoke the flight controller. Technically, you could even smoke the ESC, although I really doubt it. So we're going to check it. Most of the ESCs, and there's no way you guys will be able to see this, but most of the ESCs will have silk screened right behind the plug header what each pin is. So in this one, going left to right, we've got ground, we've got NC, and usually NC means no component. There's just nothing there, which is kind of annoying in this case, because next to that is signal 1, 2, 3, 4. There is no VBAT out, it doesn't look like, on this plug header. And I'm actually going to check that with the multimeter because that's annoying. If it doesn't have that, I'm going to have to run that wire down here to the only other spot on this ESC to pull VBAT from is going to be the battery pad. Not the end of the world, just kind of an annoyance, especially because I've got the plug header on here already. But whatever, it'll be fine. Let's just do this. Let's finish the test. So now you want to test the other side, which is the plug that's on the flight controller. So I look in here, I see that my actual pins are on the top of this plug header. So now I look at this guy, and pins on top. So I want to orient it like this, because that's the way it's going to plug in. And now I can just look at my colors. So all the way on the left is ground, that's our black. Then NC is our red, that's fine. And then signal 1, 2, 3, 4 is green, yellow, blue, orange. Let's check that on here. We've got green is signal 1, I think I just said. Yeah, so that's going to signal 1. So we're good. Everything is wired up properly. Well, you know what? There's going to be a really easy test. I don't even need the multimeter. I'm going to plug this in and put a battery on it. Actually, first, I'm going to just test this. We're going to do it with TBS's brand new-ish smoke stopper. Grab one of these batteries over here. Oh, God. This is the first smoke stopper I've ever seen with both XT60 and XT30, which is pretty awesome. Let's see if this battery has any juice. 15.8, I think that's good. Yeah, 3.9, cool. All right, so first things first, we're going to check the ESC, see if it catches fire. So if you put your fingers on the motors, all right, so when only the ESC is plugged in, you guys probably couldn't hear it, but it gives you doo-doo-doo. That's the ESC startup tone. The second set of tones are coming from it checking to see if there is a flight connector connected. So I didn't get the second set of tones, and that's normal because the flight controller is not plugged in. A little trick, if you put your hand on the motors, you can hear them when they start up to make the startup tone. So I'm going to put my palm on these two, and I'm just going to feel to make sure they're both twitching. And they are, and I could actually even see these two ones moving. So now I know that all the motors are connected properly. So now we're going to plug in the flight controller and see what happens. So now when you're doing this kind of half-ass, be careful, right? Carbon is conductive. You don't want this flight controller leaning on the carbon like this. You could be bridging pads. So just be careful. Same thing like up here with the screws hanging out. So just be a little bit careful when you're powering things on and the stack isn't, all buttoned up and bolted down and connected. So let's just go on a little bit here. Yeah, so I have enough room. I can kind of drop this down, and it's floating enough where it's not touching anything. Take my word for it. So if it's ground and then no component NC, nothing is going to be sending power to this flight controller. So not only are we not going to get the second set of tones, but the flight controller is not going to blink and start blinking and whatnot. So let's see. Yep, no blinks. No blinks. So whoever makes this ESC, unfortunately, couldn't be bothered to spend the extra tenth of a penny to pass VBAT into the goddamn plug header. Not the end of the world, but definitely an annoyance. So we need to take technically we don't need to take this VBAT 5-volt wire out of this plug header. But I'm gonna, because this is going to someone else, and if I leave it, it's gonna confuse the shit out of them someday. So I will save someone, most likely Jamie Ann, from pulling her hair out someday if she ever needs to tear this thing apart and swap an ESC. So let's get this out of here.
Getting these out of these tiny little plug headers is a real pain in the ass. I've yet to find like a really good way to do it. After you do it 100 times, it gets a little bit easier, but it is always a pain in my experience. You can use an X-Acto blade to do this. I lately have been doing it with these tiny little fine-tipped tweezers. I just go under the little latchy bit and lift it up as little as possible, and then I just try to pull the wire out with my other hand, and that went really easily. And then push the little latch back down so it doesn't get caught and break off. In this case, I think I might just cut the end off this thing. Since it's already soldered down to VBAT where it needs to be, and it is long enough. Well, let's see if it's long enough. So, this guy is going to mount like this. It's facing backwards. It's on VBAT on that side. So once it's on, that's going to come down. So what I want to make sure of is that I can still pull the flight controller off without having to desolder this from the pad. So I'm just going to hold it up to where it would be. And let's see. So if I just cut this end off here, I'm going to solder it down there. And let's see if there's enough slack to pull this flight controller. Oh, totally. Totally. So that's fine. That's what I'll do. Let's just clip this end off. Alright, what's going on in the chat? What are you guys up to over there? Speaking of motorsports, what's the deal with your Miata? Ben Holmquist asks. It is at South Coast. He claims that he will have it done on Friday. I am not holding my breath, but I don't know. The motor that he has is the lowest mile, cheapest BP5A, or I'm sorry, BP4W motor that I've been able to find, which I like. S&S Miata has a motor, but it's at 180,000 miles, and I just don't want that many miles on something I'm going to pound the living shit out of. So, we'll see. I prepaid. I was begging him to prepay 3 months ago, and he didn't let me. And now I guess I know why, because I guess he was busy as hell. The guy at South Coast, I should specify. But this time he took my money for the motor, so I don't know. Maybe it'll be done by this weekend, and I can have... I don't know when I'm going to pick it up, but at some point I'll have the Miata back. Alright, let's get this going. Actually, speaking of, fair warning, Ben, once the Miata is done, I'll be bugging the shit out of you if you're coming up here trailerless to trailer it up. But no hurry on that. I have no problem driving down there to pick the car up. It's just annoying that I have to drive down with... Although, I guess the next time you come up, I could maybe bum a ride off of you back to Charleston and then drive the damn thing back. Whatever, we'll figure it out. Alright, so that is tinned. I didn't take quite as much off. I didn't strip quite as much off as I would have liked. Here's another tip. Use your fingernails, if at all possible, to strip wires. Your fingernails are made of keratin, and it is not sharp enough to nick or break the wires inside of these cables, which is especially important with these little 30 gauge guys, because if you look at it with like a loop, there's all of about 5 to 10 individual strands in there. So if you go banging away on them with cutters or even those strippers and you nick one of these things, you're going to potentially lose, if it's, some of them will only have like I said, like 5 or 6. I mean, you nick and lose one of those wires, that's a big percentage of the throughput that you just took out. It's probably not an issue, but it's kind of one of those like pointless to learn the hard way situations. So yeah, I will just I try to not bite my fingers down to the goddamn bloody stumps so that I can just pinch it between my middle finger and my thumbnail. When you're pinching it, make sure you really pinch the shit out of it so that you get through the silicone and then pull off. Because if you don't like pinch through the silicone and you go to pull out of there, you'll just stretch the silicone up over the end of the wire, which is annoying. You can hit it with a lighter and it'll usually shrink back, but yeah, just make sure you kind of pinch it really good. Maybe like roll it between your fingernails a little bit and then just boop, pop it off. And that's the safest way to strip these wires down. Chat's blowing up a little bit. Let's take a look. Solder talk. Kebab didn't like the Tooth Fairy in 5-inch, but it's great in 3-inch. Okay, cool. I like that. Custom splash screen on the QX7. Very cool. Nabi. Playing with OpenTX is always fun. Really intimidating, and like there's an awful lot in there, but really fun what you can do with that. I put the plastic. What? In comparison or in the radio? Oh, I think you're talking to Tux. Companion. Oh, not comparison. Companion. Duh. Just use a knife to open the plug, says Leonidas. Yeah, knife works. These little guys work better. How many motors you... What? Oh, dividing. I still have to do that order, actually. They don't have the 1 kV that I really want. They don't have the 1750s or the 2400s. I need one more 2400, but that's okay. I think I'm going to get a couple of 1600s. I just got a few of those, but I have a feeling since 1600 is the 6S equivalent of 2400, and 2400 is kind of my preferred kV. I have a feeling that I'm going to like the 1600, so I think I might get a couple more because $17 a motor is just incredible. So I'm going to kind of half-ass this as well. Like I've mentioned before, I've soldered enough where I can kind of half-ass it, and I know if it's going to be a strong joint. I do not recommend doing what I'm about to do. This is a stupid way of doing this, and it could... I always pull on these things really hard to make sure that they're firm. So we're going to be totally fine, but the whole, like, spend a little bit extra time to do it right, yeah, I'm not following... I'm not practicing what I preach right now, but we'll live. Be alright. Let's get it going. So, the trick with soldering a piggyback wire to the battery lead is patience. You gotta make sure that at least some of the existing solder that's there melts for this thing to actually get a good hold on there. So I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't get it. I was pretty quick on that one, but we're going to give it a tug and see what happens. And I pulled on it pretty hard there, and it let go. You don't want to go hammering on it. You don't want to rip it off. You also don't want to fatigue it, but pull on it. Pull on it as if the rig is crashing, and for whatever reason, it's kind of getting tugged on. So I also will kind of just poke at it a little bit. What I'm trying to make sure is that it's not a cold solder joint. And the last thing that I'll do when I'm half-assing it like this is grab the loop, little 5X loop, and take a look just to make sure it's shiny and just to make sure it doesn't look absolutely horrendous. And yeah, we're going to be fine. That is totally cool. So if you're in a bind, that's a good example of like a field. Like if I was making that repair in the field, that's how I would do it. If I'm not on stream trying to juggle all these things and I'm just relaxing and doing like a totally perfect build top to bottom, I would have pulled the ESC off, flipped it over, really got that joint hot as hell to melt the whole thing down and get this incorporated in it. But yeah, that's totally fine. Pulled on it hard, pushed on it, looked at it under the loop, it's good to go. That will absolutely hold. Also, this is not a joint that's ever really going to get hit. Like the camera plugs and stuff like that, yeah, that's important because the camera could move around or, if the bottom plate breaks or something like that. But with this is going from the ESC to the top plate. It's really not going to get tugged on in the air. The only time it's going to get tugged on that I can think of is when you're taking this thing apart. So, and if it lets go at that point, that's fine, right? You're already soldering stuff. You're going to just fix it. So now, let's test to see. Well, so here's a cool test, right? So we just put... Oh, I can't because I don't have a ground. Never mind. I was going to plug a battery in with it sitting like this, but it wouldn't... it would only flow electricity in one direction. So let's get this plugged in, and let's see if we get the second set of beeps and some lights on the flight controller. And like usually I wouldn't do this. Usually I would just kind of skip this step, but I'm trying to kind of go step by step for you guys so that it's... Doing things step by step like this really helps when you eventually have to start troubleshooting. I'm also making sure that the VTX isn't touching any carbon to bridge anything weird. So yeah, with these live streams, I'm going to try to go nice and slow and talk this stuff out for you guys so that you're learning each individual thing. Hopefully you'll pick up little tips and tricks here and there, and then in the future when you have to troubleshoot stuff, it'll make your life so much easier. Because that really is, I mean, in order to troubleshoot these things, you just have to know everything about them. You just have to know where everything is going, why it's going, where, you know what I'm saying. So let's not plug it directly in. Let's use the smoke stopper. And let's see. First set, here comes the second. There it is. And no smoke, no fire. 4 motors that are twitching and lights on the flight controller. We are good. Now let's plug into full voltage. Cool, good to go. So that is all the wiring, I think. Let's get this up here. Alright, so now we can run some of these rejigger some of these wires to make sure that they're all happy and where they're kind of sitting under this flight controller. Again, because we've slammed these two stacks together, we got to make sure everything has its little path to run on, to make sure that the flight controller sits nice and free and is not going to bind on anything. And I think I want to run this guy out this side. Alright, cool. So let's drop it down. And basically what I'm doing is I'm running the VTX wires over here, because that way they're not crossing over anything. Here are the signal wires. They're going to go up right out next to this and then plug in right to this guy. And then this is for the RXSR. That's going to go straight out the back. I have them kind of folded in just to use some of the extra cable. It's probably going to end up getting pushed all the way in, but that's fine because we don't have anything else in there. We have open space for these wires to kind of hang out in, because this guy's going to be up here. So this is going to be nice and clean underneath, and that way the soft mounting will have its best possible chance of working. So there we go. Here are those signal wires. Get that plugged in. Always, always, always look at where the pins are. I remember that the pins are on the top, and then look at where the pins are on your plug, because you can plug these in upside down if you push hard enough, and it will bend all the little pins, and that will be game over. I have only been able to bend one of those pins back straight. Anytime I've ever bent more than one of those pins in there, it has been the end of that flight controller. Just because they're so small and they're buried so deep in there, yeah, it sucks. And the other thing too, with these stupid connectors that we've been talking about how shitty they are, always make sure when you plug it in that it really seats all the way in there. And when you're doing that, make sure that there's some resistance. You can catch these plugs wearing out by you go to plug it in and it just like smoothly just buries itself. That's one that's going to pull out. You want it to have a little bit of you want it to plug in smoothly until the last second, and then the last little bit there should be some resistance because it's plastic on plastic for the last little bit there. That's what's going to hold this in to that actual plug header. Or what you really should do is hot glue the damn thing in there, or get a little bit of this Welder's full bottle for you. Get some of this Welder contact adhesive from Amazon and just put a tiny little dab of it between the plug header and the plug itself to just hold that guy in there. That's really what you should do. I felt this connector was nice and firm, so we're going to be totally fine. I know that this thing is going to come back apart. I don't know it, but I have a feeling this thing is going to come back apart when that Runcam split dual lens setup comes out. So we're going to be just fine leaving this as is. The wires were coming over on top of this plug header, which is probably fine, but I like to put them to the side here just so that the flight controller has as much possible room to move up and down, again, for that soft mounting to work. So I'll just take these little guys one by one, just be patient, pull them one by one off to the side here, and the memories tend to have enough, great. The wires tend to have enough sort of memory to them that they'll stay like that, but you can also just kind of like fish up in there and just guide them. Make sure that's nice and tight. And push them down again. And there we go. And that is going to be perfect. So there it is. That's how I want that. And there's the power wire coming under there. Also make sure that the wires aren't getting in the way of the getting under the little grommets and the standoffs. So that one was. Now it was able to drop down even farther. And check this one. And I don't think these guys on the other side have any wires that are right next to her. So there we go. That's how the stack is going to sit. I'm actually curious. Let's measure this. This land's pretty low. I'll bet you this is right at like 13 millimeters of stack height. Let's see. I'm just going to eyeball it. I don't need this to be perfect. So I'm going to measure from the top of the bottom plate. Oh, yeah. Wow. This is even lower. No way. So that is 11 mil. Oh, no. There it is. Okay. I didn't see that little plug header on top. Yep, 13. So the highest point is the top of this, not plug header, is the top of this button, the DFU button, bootloader button, boot button, whatever the hell you want to call it. And that's 13 mil, exactly, from the top of the base plate to that. So 13 millimeter vertical stack height. If we ever go, if an HD setup goes in here with one extra board, that means we might be able to squeeze that under with 20 millimeter standoffs. If it's a double board like the Tarsier, we would need to go up to either 23 or 25 mil standoffs. Let me get a drink of water, people, so I don't lose my voice. Spudnik, you don't have to grow them out, man. Just don't bite them down to the bloody stumps like I typically do. I won't even show you my left hand. That's where my anxiety comes out, in my fingernails. I bite the shit out of them. So let's get some nutties on these little stack screws. What do you say? And we're gonna keep the fancy pants theme going here and use some. Oh, I'm all out. I don't have any. Oh yeah, I do. I have one. Why do we only have one silver left? Nope, there's two. That looked like it was black. Is that it? Do I only have two silvers left? Alright, looks like we're using black. Can't have a mismatch, guys. Come on now. Not gonna let that happen. So these are M2 Nylock nuts. And there's a snowball's chance in hell of the camera picking these up, but I will try anyway while I'm putting this away. On my left. Yeah. Have these in your toolbox if you're going to build micros. And these are no different than the M3 little Nylocks, but tiny. Who sells these? Pyro Flip sells these. Race Day Quad sells these, and I think Rotor Riot might as well. Yeah. All right, chat. What's up in there? What are you guys doing? 661 is back. Prop Pilot is watching closely while doing my wiring. This is a jeweler's like gem picker upper. They're on Amazon. I think it's called like Jeweler Grabber or something. If one of you guys can go to Amazon and type in like gem picker upper or gem grabber or something like that and throw a link. You guys can't put links in there. Whatever. If you go to Amazon, you search for gem picker upper, gem grabber, jewelers, something or other, you can find these. I love these for picking up this stupid little M2 hardware, because otherwise I have a really hard time with my old ass fingers getting them threaded on. So, and it pops off, so it holds onto it good, but then it does pop off when it hits the nylock. But that's fine. Just getting it's really nice to get them to get these little nutties started. Ooh, that one's going. That one went a little farther. Alright. Alright. What else is going on in that chat over there? Tux is talking to Nabi. Nabi is thanking Tux. Budnick is talking about fingernails. Are you out of KTMJ? Who are you talking to? Asking about durian. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, so I'm golden. It passed you in Florida. How was it? Because it's hitting Charleston right now, and my Miata is stuck in Charleston. Mr. Tux says these tiny wires are a pain in the ass. Absolutely. I said pain in the ass. He said such a pain. Playing around with OpenTX is fun. It sure is. Awesome stream. Thanks, KTM. I appreciate it. If you really like it and you can spare a couple bucks a month, here's a link to my Patreon. I have all kinds of good stuff up on Patreon, like kind of secrets that I've figured out over the years. And I'm also going to start doing patron-only streams. Right now, I don't necessarily know if there are enough patrons to warrant that quite yet. But down the road, once that, if that picks up, let me not count my chickens before they're hatched. We'll do some patron-only streams, and I got all kinds of things in mind. We'll do some we'll do some Ciotti FPV stickers. My wife Kristen was talking about that tonight. She had a really good idea on that one. We'll do some cool stuff. If you guys have ideas for what to do on that, shoot me a message over there. I'm down for whatever. Mr. Tux said a whole bunch of things. I'm not going to read through them because I think he's talking to Nabi. Trims and outputs, awesome. You guys are the best. Anyone sell anodized titanium hardware? It depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for M3, absolutely. This is not just titanium, but flamed. So I don't know if you can anodize titanium, but you can flame treat titanium to turn it blue, purple, or brown. I think aluminum can only really be anodized. Here's the brown. That's what the brown looks like when you heat treat titanium. Titanium screws, I got a whole bunch of them when I was starting off, and then when I started weighing them, I realized that it really just wasn't worth the price. So I just use steel. Steel will also bend. Titanium will snap when it gets to its limit of strength, whereas steel will bend before it snaps. which is kind of nice. You think of like a top plate, right? I would rather have that thing bend under a huge hit rather than break completely off and send the battery and rip the connectors off the ESC and whatnot. So you can make an argument for each. For me, at the end of the day, the titanium is just not enough extra lightness for the extra money that it costs. But I have a bunch of it and I use it because I already paid for it, but I won't buy more. Tux, yeah, you can be a mod. You're being super helpful, so there you go. Alright. Cool. I think I'm caught up. Ronnie Johnny, thanks, man. I appreciate the kind words. Ryan, thanks for this tonight. Gives me something to watch while waiting for the hurricane. Hasn't gotten too bad in Charleston yet. Good, man. Keep me in the loop. Prop Pirate has been combing through the Patreon stuff all day today. Awesome content. That very first bid was way cool. Soothing flow. Which one, Pirate? Which video are you talking about? And thanks. Very cool to say. You can electrically or heat anodize titanium. It's super easy. Very cool. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's the same. It sounds like it's the same method to doing aluminum. I don't know if I've ever seen anodized titanium. House Blog hates the black oxide fasteners that rust pretty quickly in the East Coast humidity. That's interesting. My stuff usually rusts like crazy. I've been saving the silica packets that come in everything, and I put these like everywhere now. In every drawer of my toolbox, every bag I own has a couple. Every like plastic bin that my wife and I have with stuff in it has a bunch of these thrown in there. So yeah, stop throwing these things away. They do a hell of a job at keeping the humidity level in whatever they're in within a normal, reasonable, whatever. Words. You guys know what I'm trying to say. Oh, passing through the trees. Okay, I know which one you mean. Yeah, that's a cool one. If you were green, Ronnie, what? If you were green? Huh? What? All right, so we got this. Explain yourself. Oh, it's the Blue Bada Bee song. I got it. Us old folks, you gotta explain stuff to us slowly. And for anyone wondering, I am 38 years old. And feel every one of those years every morning that I wake up. But, I'd rather wake up and feel like shit than not wake up, right? Maybe. Sometimes. I do have depression. Here we go. Alright, so one thing that I did forget to check tonight, but I did check yesterday, is to make sure the stack isn't too low. So the way I do that is I push it all the way down and really compress the hell out of these. What I want to simulate is a horrendous belly flop, where this thing falls from 100 feet, with no power and just slams flat down on the ground. You don't have to worry about like thrust stuff, because if it hits on the top plate or the battery with the thrust, A, the battery is going to be squishy as like a nice little pillow, which is kind of nice. But B, going upwards, there's really nothing for it to hit. But if this thing belly flops really hard, this flight controller is going to move downwards. So if we compress this a good amount, we can see, is the flight controller going to hit anything hard that's going to break anything that we don't want to break. The other thing I'm noticing is that this blue wire is going back up on top of the plug header where I don't want it. So I'm just going to kind of train that guy to sit down a little bit more. And that's what we want. Cool. And yeah, we're totally fine. I clearanced this the other night, but it's always good to double check it. Look at it from all four sides. Push, 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 push. Make sure nothing solid is going to hit anything else solid. And we're good to go. So now we can continue to crank these M2 nylock nuts down. And so this is where I really need to, you know, I have to do an Amazon order for another. I'm slowly moving over to 6S, and I just saw that Ovonic, I guess, has a 6-cell 1000 mAh battery on Amazon that is lighter than any of the other budget 6S batteries that I've seen. So that will be a perfect opportunity to do an Amazon order, which I haven't done in a while, and get an M2 nut, a Wiha M2 nut driver, so I can just go bloop, twist, 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 done, and not have to do this nut face by nut face with pliers. Because there isn't a toolkit that I own that has any socket that goes down this small. Which sucks. And this is just the most annoying thing in the world. You know what I'll do? I'll bolt the motors down, and that way that'll make it easier, because I'm at a point where I leave the motors loose for a while just in case I need to pull the thing apart, but we're at a spot right now where we're not going to have to pull this apart. So let's just throw a screw in each motor, and that'll make tightening these guys down a lot easier, because we'll just be able to spin the frame around like you just saw me doing. I'm going to use these little skid pads, because especially on... So this is the other reason why I like removable arm frames. On a unibody frame, you kind of have to run these, because if you crash a lot on concrete, you are going to slowly but surely chip away at the end of these arms until you get to these bolt, the motor bolt holes, and then it's just going to explode. So whereas with a removable arm, you don't have to run these, let the damn thing do that, and just swap the arm out, and you're good to go. These, believe it or not, do add a significant, let's say this, I'll say not an insignificant amount of weight. It's not that noticeable, but for me at least, it is noticeable. Having these on the ends of the arms and then removing them. So yeah, really nice to run. I love the fact that they make for less work and labor, but like I said, there is a performance difference in not running them. And what I'm doing right now is when I pulled the infill out of this one, I noticed that it didn't quite come all the way out of there. TPU melts at a much lower temperature than your soldering iron, so you can do quite a bit of finagling with TPU with your soldering iron. If you need to just, like what I'm just doing is cleaning it up inside so that it goes all the way down the arm. But what's really nice, these guys will, after they get hit a bunch of times, like you'll get like a crack that goes across like here, for example. You can take your soldering iron and just like put it back together, I guess. I literally just leave them on the arm, and I'll just sit here with the soldering iron and just push the TPU around against the carbon, and you can just repair them, which is really cool. So another little trick for you guys. So this is the front, so I'm going to put the fresh ones on the front, and then I'll put the used ones on the back. And so there's two ways you can do these things: as a motor soft mount, which I don't ever recommend, or you can put them on the bottom like this, and they're just going to be an arm guard. What kind of drives me insane is they make the motor soft mount side of this a little bit thinner than this little lip part. So when you run them on the bottom, it's actually less TPU down here, and it tends to split, and you tend to wear through it a little bit easier than you would on this side. But like I've said in the past, I have had nothing but problems soft mounting motors. It's something that I think you should try, and there are setups and frames and rigs where it does help. But I've yet to find one of those setups and or rigs and or frames and or tunes where it actually helps more than it hurts. And I still, and I will never concede the fact that I don't think it does any favors for the motor bases during crashes. I definitely do believe that on a hard hit to the motor, if it's soft mounted, it's going to have enough soft mounting to kind of tilt over and really do a number on the screws, because the screws obviously aren't going to want to. You guys know what I mean. 3D printer do you have, and do you have any kind of cheap ones that you recommend? No, I actually don't have one. I do not have room for one, and I do not need another hobby because 3D printers are a cool little hobby. Learning how to spec them out and upgrade them and tune them and all that good stuff. I know for a fact I would fall for that and start spending all kinds of time on them. Yet another tip. I am so sorry, but I have no idea where I got these. But if you ever see, you can probably get them on Amazon. M2 little just washers, little metal M2 washers. They're real thin, but they are they provide a bigger contact patch than the little heads on these little M2 screws. And here's why that's important. You pound one of these M2 screws in here on this motor, and it is going to try to work its way through that TPU. Whereas if you take one of these guys and put it on your little screw here, it is going to have a much bigger area that it pushes down on the TPU, and it's going to hold on better. Here is the only problem with that. When you put these screws in and they touch the TPU kind of prevents them from backing out. Whereas when you put the metal here, there's nothing to prevent it from backing out, really, right? Like it's nice and smooth. But that's okay, because you should be Loctiting your motor screws anyway, which we're gonna get to work on here. And with these little guys, I just do it like this. Bloop. Bloop. Make sure you get it angled so it goes in there. Bloop. And bloop. And now, the motor screws won't back out, which is nice. There it goes. Felt it catch the threads. And of course, make absolutely sure that you're not putting screws in that are too long and touching the windings. I've put so many of these together that I just kind of know which ones I need. And another cool thing about these RCX motors is that there's like a lot of clearance. I could actually put a screw in here that's a millimeter longer, and it would be fine. Just because these RCXs are like, they're taller than they need to be, but that's kind of a good thing because it helps with the believe it or not, it helps with the center of gravity, which is kind of cool. And now, of course, we get to fight with the second screw. That one's always the biggest pain in the ass. Come on. I only technically need to put one of these in for right now, but since I put the Loctite on there, I don't want it to. I guess it doesn't matter if it dries up. If it dries up, it'll still do its job, but I'll basically be pushing some of it out when I do put the screw in there. So best practice is to put to get the screw in there while it's still wet. And so I'm going to run 4 of these for Jamie so that she has extras. I usually will do the 2 outside ones and then the front one and just leave it at that. But yeah, I don't expect her to have extra hardware, extra M2 hardware. So I will do all 4. And so these arms are slotted for 9x9 or 12x12. And this is being a pain in the ass right now. I'm not really sure why. There it goes. Yeah, when they're slotted, they can, if you get 2 of them in there, they can still be shifted enough where the third one won't want to go, and I just forgot about that. So, don't tighten them up until they're all in there. There we go. So now, if I wasn't sure that these were the right length screws, what I would basically do is put my light, just put like a bright or white light source behind you, behind the quad, and hold the motor sideways up to it, which I'll show you in 1 second once these are tight. Alright, so my desk is white, so I would hold it up like this, and there's always a little gap that you can kind of catch in the motor. And you just sort of rotate it around and just look, and there we can see the tip of the screw just barely peeking out, and it's nowhere near the windings. So we are good to go on the first one. And alright, so here's why I was in there with the soldering iron. This one is not wanting to push on all the way. It's not wanting to get all the way in there, which is kind of fine. This isn't too. Oh, I just wasn't. I just didn't have it all the way in. Yeah, it's still out a little bit, but it's going to be all right. This will be totally fine. What do we got here? Missing people leaving. If anybody that left is still here, have an awesome night. Yeah, screws that touch the motors are real bad. Real bad. Cool. Looks like I'm good on questions. Right. Let's get number 2 on. Let's not forget to lock tight. It's funny, I'm paying so much more attention to stuff like Loctite since it's somebody else's build. Maybe I should just pretend that all my builds are for somebody else, and then I won't forget the shiz. When I'm doing this, what I basically make sure of is that the Loctite. I don't know how to describe this. So when you blow bubbles and you put the bubble wand into the bubble container, you pull it out and there's a film of the bubble juice across the hole in the wand. That's what I'm making sure happens here. I'm making sure that there's a blue film across this hole. Thanks, Kristen. Mm-hmm. What are you doing in there? Anything fun?
I was talking to my sister and then my phone died.
Oh, phone died.
I'm stealing your cord.
Kristen stole my cord. Her phone died. Say a prayer for it. Send, everybody please send, hope, what is it? Hopes and thoughts and prayers?
Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers?
Phone?
Yeah, thoughts and prayers for the dead phone, everybody. Take a shit into one hand, send thoughts and prayers into the other, and see which one fills up first while you're at it. That was a thicker one of these washers. If you guys can't tell, I'm not pro thoughts and prayers. 'Cause it's silly, and you know, it's just a cop-out thing to say. Say something real, you know? Say something good. Don't just say what everybody else says. You got a friend going through a hard time? Say something nice to him. Talk to him about a memory. To, you know, do something like that. Be different. Be different. Or else. Alright, we got 2. Let's go for 3. Sending thoughts and prayers. Gee, thanks, Mr. Tux. Although, you never know. Maybe mod thoughts and prayers are, maybe they actually work. Who's got some questions? Who wants to talk about the meaning of life? You guys can ask me anything. This is a. Oh, I should do an AMA stream. Ooh, for any non-Reddit people, AMA is Ask Me Anything. I should do that. That'd be fun. How many people are in here? 29 people in here? How many of you guys would be interested in an Ask Me Anything stream? Hell, I'll do it right now. I don't care. Maybe I should make all the streams AMAs. Oh, Christ. Do you use a cap? Here goes. That got you guys interested. Do you use a cap on micro builds? Initially, I don't. Who asked that? ZD. I will initially not use one because it's just one less thing to A, do, and B, get hung up and rip off and cause problems. If for some reason I'm running into noise problems, I will then put one on. Although it's not like the first thing that I do. If I'm having noise problems, I'll take a look first at where the video wire is running. I will also look at the antennas to make sure that's not the issue, and then as not necessarily a last ditch effort per se, but maybe like a third or fourth ditch effort, I'll put a cap on there to see if that makes it any better. But yeah, it really depends on the ESC. If it's a good ESC that has a bunch of capacitors already on it, you should be absolutely fine. Also, 4S is just not that bad with noise. 6S is really where a lot of the noise problems begin, and building a 6S micro, in my opinion, doesn't really make any sense unless it's going to be some sort of a Cinewoop style, gigantic, heavy, insane micro. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but dealing with lightweight sub 300 gram, let's say, micros, I just never have really needed a cap on them. James Calmar asks one of the strangest questions I've ever heard in 38 years of life, and I have to read it because it's that strange. I read it a second ago before I started Loctiting, but I don't remember it because it's that crazy. He says, is a Pop-Tart a sandwich or a ravioli? To which I say, I have no idea. And I guess it's more of a ravioli, because to me, a sandwich is like open bread and, well, you know what I mean, open on the sides, I guess I could say. And a ravioli is closed. Oh, there's Mr. Tux with a Google answer, I think. Swabian pockets? What the hell is a Swabian pockets? Is a Swabian pocket, I should say. There we go. Okay. I just grunted. I'm not sure why. Just a strange noise that came out of my face. 42 is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything, says Jonathan K. 42 confirmed by Nick Spud. Well, I guess that's it. There it is. We have our answer. I would have gone with a more sappy and emo answer, such as have fun, don't have fun at the expense of others. What else? All the things that go into being a good global citizen. I think that a lot of people forget, it's really easy to do, that we're all human beings. We're all on this crazy round spaceship hurtling through the heavens. We're not going to get off of it. So, we're stuck here, for better or worse. And I think that being a global citizen and just thinking more globally is kind of important. And it really can kind of factor into pretty much everything in your life. Everything that you do, you can put a little bit more thought into and do it in a way that doesn't hurt others or the planet or something. And I try to do that. That's sort of one of my, I don't know, goals in life. One of the things that kind of define me as a person. That I just try to do that, man. Help others. Have fun. Be fucking cool, man. Just be cool, man. Everybody chill. 42 confirmed. Yes. Diatone, 125 miles an hour. That I guarantee you, ZD, that on 4S with the equivalent KV, which is probably around 4,000 to 4,500, it would also go 125 miles an hour. So don't let the fact that it's 6S fool you. That's nonsense. KTMJ brings up an awesome point. Coming from an electrician, I cap every build I can fit it in, worried about spikes. Really, really, really good point. I was of the same mind for a long, long time. And then I stopped doing it as an experiment, and I've never blown an ESC up from it. On a micro, at least. On a 5-inch rig, it's a totally different story. I do have a couple 5-inch rigs without caps, but the ESCs on those are just loaded with capacitors. So in theory, those will take the spikes, and I haven't blown any of those ESCs either. So knock on wood, good to go there. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. From a technical standpoint, if you've got the space for it, put a cap. It ain't gonna hurt anything. It's only gonna make it better. So yeah, I build as simple and light as possible, and until I have one of these ESCs blow up from what I think is something cap related, I'm gonna keep doing it like I'm doing it. Or if I do build like a 5 or 6S micro, I don't know why I would do that, but if I do, I would for sure go to a cap. But it's along those lines, I guess. It's important to remember that there are tiny little caps on the ESCs, and the nicer ESCs have quite a few of them on there. So that's something that I look for when I'm speccing out gear. Because I believe those little guys on the ESC actually maybe work better too. Although that opens a whole can of worms of like, ooh, putting a capacitor on the battery lead's too far away. Which is not true, because basically electricity is fast. Yeah. There you go. Words of wisdom from a stranger on the internet. Alright. Let's see what's going on over in that chat. What are you guys up to? Alright, here's a good one from Oliver Bodwell. He asks, what kind of build would you put 1106 7500s on? I bought them by accident, 2.5 inch /2S question mark. So I don't feel bad saying this because you said that you bought them by accident. My real answer is that I wouldn't put them on anything. I don't like 1106s. They are, in my opinion, too big for a 2-inch prop, but too small for a 2.5 inch prop. Since you have them, what I will tell you, I'm checking the KV. Where'd that chat go? Where's it at? I think you said the KV was 4,500. I'm sorry, 7,500. Why can't I find it? There it is. Yeah, 7,500. Okay, so put them on a 2-inch prop with 3S. That's what you want to do with those. And it's not that big of a deal. So the sweet spot, in my opinion, on 2-inch for multi-blade 2-inch props, like the like a 3 or a 4 blade rather than a 2 blade, is a 1104 or an 1105. So you're not far off. An 1106 is only 1 extra gram heavier than an 1105. So you're only carrying around 1 extra gram on the end of each arm, which is not a big deal. Believe it or not, after you've flown a bunch, you can actually tell the difference between 1 gram on the end of the arm of a micro. I know it seems insane, but it's true. So eventually, you might want to swap them out to a smaller motor if you're going to stick with 2-inch. But for the time being, you'll be totally fine. They will work just fine. And so what you can actually do is go to one of the more pitchy 2-inch props that are available. My favorite being the Emax Avan 2-inch 4-blade. The Blur, the Emax Avan Blur, is the 3-blade version, which is a lot less blade, and that would be better for a lighter motor. But for you, with that bigger motor, yeah, I would do those 4 blades. Those are going to be awesome. Those are arguably the most durable 2-inch prop available, and they're also very well balanced. So yeah, I would do that, man, and that'll be a nice little ripper. What else do we have here? Swabian pockets are what's shown in the link. I'm not gonna click the link. German stuff for it. Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what those are. I wish Pop-Tarts were that full, says Prop Pirate. You and me both. Ryan has only ever flown 5-inch rigs. Want to start flying something smaller. Should I build a 3-inch to have something similar to what I fly, or get a Whoop/toothpick? Great question. Ryan, I think the answer to your question lies in, do you want HD or not? Taking a drink. I'm on a lot of water. All right. Yeah, if you want HD either now or down the road, 3-inch. Actually, built. If you don't care about that and you want something that's the ultimate in lightness, smallness, safeness, fly around people, like do not care, toothpick for sure. Kebab has done some pretty stellar work matching up parts and finding the right combination for those toothpicks. I got pretty close back in 2017 with my Baby Hawk, but there were not electronics available at that time like there are now that can really keep the weight down. Mine was stuck up in the 80s and the 90s of grams all up, which is a little bit too much. It's a little bit too heavy for that style of rig. So yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to building and flying a toothpick rig. They seem really, really fun. I used to love that Baby Hawk. Luke actually has it now, Ryan. I basically stopped flying the thing and felt bad, so I just gave it to Luke. I was like, here, man, hang on to this for as long as you want it. You'll be able to fly this like crazy in your yard. Luke has 4 kids, so finding time to fly anywhere other than home is, as you guys can probably guess, a little bit challenging for him. So he's like a kind of a perfect candidate for micros, but he's more into the cinematic style flying with HD and whatnot. So yeah, he gravitates towards 5-inch rigs. But with this RunCam dual lens thing coming out, I don't know, man. If it's gonna get GoPro session quality, that'll be pretty dope. So there we go. There's all 4. So when I do this, when I have to force rotate like that, what I also will do is check these screws to make sure they didn't back out on the bottom here, just to kind of be sure. They shouldn't, and you should feel them if they do try to back out. or start backing out, but it's just a good kind of checkpoint. Oh wow, bunch of stuff in the chat. What do we got? What motors are those? What's the chat doing? What's the stream doing, I should say? Stream is failing. You guys might need to refresh. Is it working? Hey, there it goes. Refresh and it will come back. Jaybird, if you're still here, I hope you are. Do me a favor, post if you're still here, or if you're reloaded the stream. These are RCX 1304 4000 kV. These motors are $9 a piece. They are extremely durable, and they are absolutely perfect for 2.5 inch or lightweight 3-inch props. To buy these, you have to order them from MyRC Mart, who's overseas, and you have to either pay $25 for 2-day shipping, or the regular shipping is like 2 weeks, and it's cheap. It's less than $10. So if you absolutely have to have these, which is not a bad idea, get a couple people together, do a big order, and then the $25 shipping is not that big a deal. Or if you don't mind spending a little bit more money, Spintech makes a 1304, which all I know about is that a couple people I trust like them, and they make a couple different KV variants. The only problem with these is they don't make a high enough KV to run these on 3S. You have to run these on 4S. Spintech does make Supak. I don't think I'll do a parts list because I'm building this for somebody else, but maybe she will. Maybe Jamie will when she puts an edit up from Flyknit. Yeah, Spintech makes like a 2S KV and a 3S KV and a 4S KV, and the 3S KV is pretty good. I think it's like 6,500 or so. So yeah, if you want to order stateside, I can't vouch for them myself, but like I said, people that I trust have run those Spintech 1304s and not had any problems. So now that I have these nuts tightened down, I'm checking to make sure that they're pushing down enough on the metal collar so that it doesn't vibrate against that and create sharp spikes in the gyros to pick up. So basically just pushing down the flight controller to compress the press the grommet and make sure it pops back up and touches the nut. These are both good. Take a look on this side. I try to basically tighten these down as little as possible so that I'm not preloading these rubber grommets any more than they need, just so that they're as loose as possible. Some people don't run nuts at all on the top of these. I think that's insane. That will for sure give you the most movement, but then if you crash inverted, your flight controller is going to be all over the goddamn place. So I can't really recommend that. You can tighten these down so that they're just barely touching. That's fine. Cool. So there's our stack. Foxeer plug for an arrow, or I think is what Jamie's going to put on this guy. Here's our battery lead, which we're going to be able to tuck right into the battery strap on the top plate. Now we got to tack down our VTX, and we're going to put our RXSR on top of that VTX. VTX is going on the bottom, so I'm going to make a little... I run the... let me actually zip tie these motor wires up first, just to kind of get them out of the way and see how much room I'm going to have to stick this VTX back here. When I do zip ties for the motor wires, I always make sure that that this guy is away from the way the props are spinning. So I do props in. I'm thinking about changing the props out though, but I think Jamie also does props in. So I'm not going to put this thing on this side because I don't want it to get caught by a prop if one bends. I'm going to put it on the inside here so that the prop will hopefully never catch it. Let's get that going here. Right. While I'm doing this, I can probably maybe read a thing or two in chat. We're not. Because I just realized, no, don't pull it off this screen, you idiot. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Alright, there we go. That's where I want it. So, get this nice and snuggy, bear. Alright, let me do this. Because I know this is going to happen more than once. Sometimes it just helps to, yeah. What?
You were talking.
No, I was just yelling for the sake of yelling.
Were you yelling for me?
Kristen thought I was yelling at her.
Ooh.
I'm an abusive father. What can I say? I'm an abusive father without children. So there we go. Nice and clean. And out of the way of the flailing props. I know stuff like that seems insane. And I'm sure it totally seems to someone out of the 24 people in here that it wouldn't matter, but it actually does. A lot of this little stuff matters. And if you want proof of that, watch Steele's longer videos about his builds and stuff. It's funny, like I figured out a lot of this stuff on my own from Micros, and then at some point when I started watching his streams, he would mention a lot of the same things, and I'd be like, my God, okay. So I guess it's just people that are completely obsessed that have done something over and over and over again and found these little nuggets. So yeah, these little tiny things do make a difference. I know it might seem like they don't, but and props getting stuck is a real problem with turtle mode now. If you get a prop totally jammed up and you're sitting there trying to get it to spin with turtle mode, when an electric motor is physically is being physically held still and you put power through it, it's really hard on the MOSFETs on the ESC, and that's one of the ways that you can blow an ESC up, is if this motor is locked up and you're just sitting there trying to bang on it, just sending current through to it, that's going to get the MOSFETs real hot and they're going to blow up on you. So, yeah, there's another reason to do this. Oh, nope, I got garbage on the right side of me now. Oh, nope, no I didn't. I moved to the left. Huzzah! Okay. Are there any comments? Cap on your XT30 was too far away. Yeah, ZDK, he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's where the stream went away. Parts list, all good, working. Running the Spintex and they're good, just a bit pricey. Yeah, see, KTM, that's kind of my other reasoning behind these RCXs being awesome. I mean, come on, $9 a motor. What, like, that's insane. Mr. Tux, Steel shows that you perfect your quad building it if you use the same frame for a bazillion years. Last I heard, archaeologists found the alien frame. Steel in the pyramids of Giza. Nice. Noah, what's up, my man? Hey, Noah, Mr. Tux is now your fellow moderator, so you're not all on your own in the woods. KTM says, couldn't be more correct about the tiny details. Notice you doing things I've learned through trial and many errors. Yeah, man. You know it. So there we go. There's the rears, nice and tidy. What was I doing that for? I forget. Oh, right. I got to mount the VTX down there. So let's do this first. Let's make a little gap for it because I do want to slide it under here. I have found that the battery wires are not that noisy, luckily. I'm sorry, the motor wires are not that noisy. The battery wires are what's noisy. I try my damnedest to keep the battery wires as far away from the video wire going from the camera to the flight controller as well as from the flight controller to the ESC. Oh god, the VTX. I try to keep those video wires as far away from these battery wires as possible. I've put this VTX with the wires, like you're going to see in a minute, under these motor wires before a bunch of times, and I've yet to have any noise issues. Maybe I will someday, but so far it's been okay. So I'm just going to lift these up a little bit, real gentle like. With micros, always be very, very, very gentle. You're using like 30 and 26 and 24 gauge wire everywhere. Yeah, it definitely pays to be gentle. Alright, so we're going to mount this on here with the screen facing upwards. And I also need to look for the button to make sure that Jamie can hit that button, because this is not a smart audio VTX. So that is where I'm going to want it, right there, because that gives me enough clearance for Clarence, the standoff here, and I can't think of another pun for this standoff. But yeah, it'll give us enough clearance there. The button is easy to get to from the side, boop, 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 and the screen is easy to see. The only other thing I'm worried about is where the RXR is going to sit, but it looks like there's a nice little kind of spot for it. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll be good. Let's get some VHB going here. Hey, Jamie sees the button. Jamie, you coming tonight or tomorrow morning? Let's cut an extra big piece. Early AM, sounds good. I'll be awake at 8 a.m. for you. Don't you worry. And this will be done. I'm even going to bring it into beta flight for the peoples here and go over my super secret beta. Actually, no, I'm not, because the USB port is broken off of this. But the tune that's on it is good to go. And I will go in the goggles after the stream is over to make sure of that and give it a little test hover inside. As you do. Alright, let's move this guy back a little bit. So what I'm noticing is that this is this has the MMCX plug on it, which is huge. So I'm actually going to do 2 of these to get them up above the MMCX. So let's grab this guy. Ew, that's early. I know, right? The things that we're willing to do, happily willing to do for our FPV friends. And I would do it for any one of you people. Definitely the ones that are on my Patreon. Which is a great excuse to drop the link in. Here it is. Anybody that likes what I'm doing here and wants to support me for... basically what I'm doing, what I'm hoping to do, is have this hobby be kind of subsidized by Patreon. So when I'm buying more and more and more motors to test and do reviews on and whatnot, it's not kind of sucking me dry. So if you like what I'm doing here, if you want to support more micro chocolatey goodness, head on over to my Patreon. For as little as $3, you can get access to all of my micro secrets and tips and tricks, which I am just dumping a little bit every day into the Patreon feed over there. I'm also going to be putting, already have been, and I'm going to continue to put unreleased flight videos, and we'll do like a contest at some point, I'm sure. We'll do, what else will we do? We'll do all the fun things. I'll think up of some other cool stuff to put on there, but for a little while it's just going to be kind of micro tips and tricks, building advice, reviews, all the good stuff. Patreon only stream we're gonna be doing at some point. Maybe that'll be like the secret stream that I've been doing every week. So yeah. Where are we at on the chat? Oh my God, Jamie's waking up at 3:45. That is the worst thing in the world. I am so very sorry. KTMJ asks, any reason why RXSR and not XM Plus? Just curious. I have some RXSRs and use mostly XM Plus. It's just easy to me. The main reason is size. Oh God. The XM Plus is quite a bit bigger than the RXSR, especially when you depin the RXSRs. When you pull this plug header off of here, this thing becomes really, really small. It basically becomes that big. So there's probably a glare on there, but yeah, it's quite a bit smaller than the XM Plus. Also, the RXSR gives you telemetry, so you can get things like your voltage coming back to the transmitter, and then you can put an audible alarm on your voltage, so that when you're in the goggles, not looking at your OSD, something will yell at you when your voltage is getting too low, so that you don't drop one in the sea. All right. So the VTX is looking good. And so now we're going to get this receiver down on top. Prop Pirate, if we have time, I'll do a Betaflight setup. No, we won't, because we're already over time. How is it 10:15 already? How has it been 2 hours and 15 minutes? That's ridiculous. Prop Pirate, remind me next time, and we'll do a we'll go into Betaflight for sure. Not a problem. I'm always willing to do that. All right, this is looking all right. I think I can reuse this double-sided that's on. Nah, you know what? What am I doing? What am I doing? Building for somebody else. Use fresh stuff. Not building for yourself. You dum-dum. No Hallfassing. What else do we have? Spudnik. Spudnik asks, what Patreon level do I need to get a custom build? I mean, if you want, I'll make one up. It would, shit, man, it'd have to be like $150, I guess, but I'll do it. I don't care. If anybody's actually interested in a custom build, let me know. I'll do it. The only problem is going to be Patreon's going to hit you for that every month. But I mean, I guess you could do it the first month and then drop down to one of the regular tiers after that. But the problem with you guys buying a custom build off of me is going to be the time that it takes me to build it. For photography, I charge like $80 an hour. If it's a friend, maybe a little bit less, but so I would not really be willing to charge all that much less than that for a build. And when I do a build, I do it right. And as you guys have seen here today and on previous streams, it takes time. It takes multiple hours. So that's going to make the build really, really expensive. But if you really want it, I will do it. I will spec it out and figure out what it's going to cost, figure out what the labor is going to be, and I'll just sort of build labor in up front. Yeah, let me know. To be honest, I'd rather teach you guys to do it, but if you want that Ciotti magic, I guess, and you got the money, I'm down. Which motors, asks Noah. They are the Lumineer 2407 1700s. These jib jabs. And I actually don't know what I'm going to do with them, to be honest, because they're all Popo, and I'm having trouble. So, them being 2407s, a low pitch freestyle prop is it's just not pitchy enough to take care of all that grunt, to take advantage rather of all that grunt. But what I keep finding is that the high pitch, like the 50-55 props, they're not Popo. And I ran into that. I had them on a 5.5 inch frame, and like none of the 5.5 inch props that I wanted to run were Popo either. So I'm kind of stuck. I don't know what to do with these. I need to find a Popo compatible, really pitchy 5-inch prop for them. Or I might actually end up parting ways with them, which I feel kind of weird about because Jamie hooked me up with them, but I have a feeling that's what she was going to do with them anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. All right, there we go. I hope you guys loved watching me peel double-sided tape off, because I was not paying attention to what I was doing, and I can't believe that took as long as it just did. But, you know, maybe it's like an ASMR thing. Maybe somebody was watching it just like, ugh, yes, peel it. Peel it. Hey, thanks, KTM, man. I really appreciate that. Very cool of you. Yeah, man, there's going to be lots of fun stuff over there. It's just getting started. I've only had that up for about a week or so. So, yeah. I will, many ideas will come. Hey, Jamie, you still in here? Say hey if you are. I'll show you something cool. Oh, no, you're not. I see. Sleepy time. I don't think you're still in here, but if you are, be good. I'll see you in a few. Right on, thanks from the pirate. Derpa. Depainting is key for the RXSR. Hell yeah. Doopa. Then your hobby would become work. Yeah, the house blog. I am very cognizant of that. I don't know if you've been in any of the streams where I've talked about that. But turning hobbies into work is a slippery slope, is the appropriate analogy for that. It can very easily turn from a fun hobby into just like work, straight up work. And I feel like I am pretty susceptible to that. I can't just like do something for fun and just be like ignorant about the intricacies of it and just have fun with it. I have to dive in off of a 50-foot diving board and be completely immersed in it and learn everything and try to be really good at it and all the things. So I have to be really careful of spending too much time with hobbies and or turning them into work, because they can very quickly just make me miserable, and then that just completely burns it out, and then I never want to do it again. So I'm being very careful with that. The Patreon thing is really cool because it's just a bunch of people that are like, hey man, I like what you're doing, I want to support you. It's much less like, hey, here's a product that I'm putting out, I'm paying for that product. You know, Patreon supporters are supporting you and what you're doing. If what I'm doing is not, you know, if I change and I start doing more 5-inch edits and somebody's more into micros and they're not into that and they don't see the value in it anymore, for sure, jump off. Totally cool. I get that. I really love that about Patreon, that like it's monetizing you as a person and what you're into and what you're doing rather than like a product, I guess I could say. So yeah, I'm really happy that that you guys actually kind of pushed me into setting it up, and so far it's been going really well. So let's see if, man, I really don't want to depin this. Oh, good. All right, I'm not going to have to. Cool. I didn't think it was going to clear, but now I do. I didn't think it was going to clear the standoff, but I'm pretty sure that it now will. The other thing that I'm paying attention to is I want to make sure that this pin header doesn't get too close to this flight controller, that it can hit it. Once we've got some vibrations going on, this flight controller is going to move a little bit, and if it starts to hit the plastic pin header on this receiver, that's going to create incorrect values in the gyro, and that's bad. That's going to lead to bad things. So, got to make sure we have a little gap there. Last thing I'm going to do here with this nice little electronics package in the back is just pull it down with a zip tie, just so it doesn't go anywhere. VHB is very, very strong, and I probably don't need to do this, but there's pretty much no reason not to. And I'm going to use one of the bigger zip ties for that because you actually wouldn't believe how much G-force gets generated in some of the crashes, even on a micro. It will pop these two things up in a New York minute. That makes no sense. I'm going to put so I've got this foamy a little too close to these screw holes, and I'm looking at the wrong side. I mean, I could technically run the zip tie down here, but then it's kind of a funny angle. I'd rather run it further down here. So I'm going to put these standoffs on, and then the screws will be here, and then I'll put the zip tie, and I can kind of sandwich the zip tie between the foamy. Or I could just pull the foamy off. That's what a smart person would do. Oh God, look, it's coming off without ripping the adhesive. I'll be able to put this foamy back on. No! That never happens. Technically, I don't need this foamy because I have them out here, but these little ones are going to rip off. They always do. Even when I zip tie them down, those little guys will rip off. So I always like to put these big uns on the center section just to make sure that I always have a foamy for those hard belly flops. Alright. So we'll just do this foamy last. I'll just leave that off. I don't know if I'm going to reuse that one. AZ Drone Dude says, Ciati, what's your recommendation on TBS Crossfire? Ask me, type more words. What do you mean? What are you looking for? Everybody pretty much goes with the little nanos nowadays, and then which module you go with is all about, like, do you want over the air? I'm not even on Crossfire yet. I scored a couple of the nano receivers really cheap. Somebody was selling them, but I haven't put them in yet. I don't have the module yet. I ran R9 for a little bit, and that was a goddamn disaster. So I definitely don't recommend you going R9. But yeah, tell me more. Like, what are you trying to figure out with Crossfire? Just like, what do you need for a freestyle rig, or are you building a long range setup, or like what's the story? Morning Glory. Oh God, it's a terrible saying. I will not say that again. I pledge that to you folks. So there we go. Don't rail on this zip tie. Get it tight, but don't rail on this. You will wreck the VTX or the receiver. This zip tie is touching components on both of these boards. So remember that. Get it tight, but don't go burying it because you'll F something up. I am very behind on the chat. I do charge Noah $250 an hour. Unfortunately, I don't do any work for him, so I haven't been able to charge him that yet. But someday. That's fair, worth it. Thanks, Prop Pirate. Spudnik says, just want to fly a well-built and tuned quad at some point before I die. We'll get you there, man. My Patreon is going to have all kinds of good stuff. If you are still not getting there, we'll make it happen. We'll figure something out, man. Keep at it. I would rather not just do it for you. Like, I would rather not tell you, hey, just send your quad here and I'll tune it and send it back to you. I would rather work together with you and have you hang out during these streams and we talk about it and we go over stuff and, you come to me each stream and say, hey, I did what we talked about last time and here's what's going on, stuff like that, because then you're going to learn it and then you're going to be able to teach some other folks, because tuning is like the total, like, fear, uncertainty, doubt, I can't do it, there's no way I'll be able to do it, I give up thing in this hobby. Every hobby has that, and it's tuning in this hobby. So I shall rally against that with all my being to try to kill that, because it's you guys are gonna fucking kill me when I say this, but it's not that hard. I know it seems like it is, but believe it or not, like the fear, uncertainty, doubt are what are one of the things that kind of makes it hard. So you just do it. I mean, you just have to do it. You just have to go out, make a change, fly it, and be honest with yourself. Don't let placebo come in and say, oh, yeah, definitely a change there. Like, if you don't think there was a change, there wasn't. Like, don't force yourself to think that the change that you just made a difference and you can feel it. If you can't obviously feel it or hear it, make more of a change. And just keep going back and forth, just back and forth, over and over and over again. Make a change, fly it, feel it, make a big change, fly it, feel it, and you'll start to kind of figure out, this is what P gain does, this is what I gain does, this is what D gain does, this is what the filtering does. And I'm really trying hard to put as much basic, easy to kind of swallow and digest knowledge up on the Patreon about tuning, because it really does make a difference. All of that being said, Betaflight 4 is so goddamn good that you don't need to really tune all that much anymore. You can pretty much take your stock tune, go up by 10 on the P gains, go up by 5 on the D gains, and call it a day. That will, as long as your flight controller is properly soft mounted and all this other stuff that we've been talking about, there's no wires banging into it, there's no plastic plug headers hitting it, as long as your build is what I refer to as mechanically sound, that is going to be like 90% perfect. And there's also going to be, arguably you could say it's going to be perfect, because there's going to be enough headroom in that tune so that if you bend a prop real bad and have to fly it back to yourself, you're not going to cook a motor halfway back. So that's a good thing. I mean, that's like a real positive to not going totally off the reservation with your tunes. I have a 5-inch rig that I've tuned so close to the limit that if I go crashing through Scraggle, I will land it real quick and switch to a different PID profile, just because I know that it's on the limit. I've flown it back to myself a couple times and it's been fine, but like I don't want to find out the hard way and burn a motor to the ground. So yeah, there's something to be said for having a little bit looser of a tune and just sort of flying around it. Are you kidding? I swear to God, I had an MMCX whip antenna specifically set aside for this build. I'm pretty sure that I did that. It's in my flight bag. I am a genius. Oh my God, look at all these questions in the chat. Okay. Hold on. I gotta get this antenna. I just realized if I start trying to answer these questions from where my flight bag is, you guys aren't gonna be able to... Wait, no. It's in the pouch. Hold on. I can just grab the pouch. Oh, God. Come on. Got it. Okay. Alright, so this is going to be all chat all the time. Let's get it. Yeah, G-Force in the post-flight statistics is awesome. That's like my new favorite thing on the post-flight screen, because when you have like a big crash, there'll be a big old G-Force number, which is kind of eye-opening, which is pretty awesome. Hey, there it is. Okay. What else? Nabi says, in his 5-inch, he's using the Rush Tank 30x30 VTX. That is an awesome VTX. I have one of those in my Flowride backup build, Trasher build. Ciotti FPV asks, Slow Tone 20 Hz, do you have to change the scale in Betaflight for RXSRs. I've never had to, but having to change the scale is like I have heard of people having to do that, but I've never had to, and I've got like 6 or 7 RXSRs up and running today, maybe more. So I don't think so, but maybe. How about that answer? Is that worthless enough for you? Good question though. AZ Drone Dude, TBS TX with nano receiver setup. Yeah. Wait, who was asking about Crossfire? Hold on. Man, I missed a bunch. AZ Drone Dude said TBS transmitter with nano receiver setup. Yeah, that's what everybody's going with. That's what I think you should go with. If I'm totally misunderstanding your question, post it again. Noah says they're all good. Yep, they sure are. Big old guy only has Crossfire on his rigs. That's awesome. I will be there at some. Actually, I probably won't. I'll probably always run RXSRs on the micros, to be honest with you. Bumblebolt says, Ciati, I melted my DJI, oh god, air unit using the wrong 12 volt down voltage converter. Oh, it sucks, dude. It was only capable of 600 milliamps. That blows, man. At least you didn't blow up the goggles, I guess. How much are those air units to replace? So Noah's got one of those. He can cry right along with you, I guess. What else do we have here? Oh, there we go. So the extension of that is new air unit on the way with a 9 volt up down voltage reg capable of 2 amp. Does this sound like things should work? Or do you have some additional ideas? Yeah, 2 amp should be enough. And as long as it'll take 9 volt, it sounds like you'll be absolutely fine. I don't know anything about that air unit. But yeah, if it'll take 9 volt, I can't imagine it drawing more than 2 amps. I really can't. So it sounds like you'll be good. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's Noah crying tears for Bumble. What else do we have here? AZ is using an X9D with FreeSky XM receiver with Freestyle getting fail-safes a lot. Switch to Crossfire maybe to get better reception. Well, that's strange. I've used a number of XMs over the years, and I've gotten just totally fine range. I mean, like hundreds of yards of range with them. So you're putting this on. You said Freestyle. I'm assuming that that's the Emax Freestyle. I would actually. So, question 1 is going to be, is that your only quad? If it's your only quad, do you have a friend nearby that you can bind to his quad and see if you're getting that same situation? Because what that will rule out is your transmitter. When you're troubleshooting, don't ever make any assumptions, because they will make an ass out of you and me, right? That's the way assume is spelled. Ass, you, me. The transmitter very well could be your problem. So yeah, to rule that out, if you can basically bind your transmitter to any other quad, or receiver for that matter. I mean, if you just, one of the things I'm going to recommend in a second is that you get a different receiver that has diversity. That will answer that question for you, right? Because you can bind it to something else. If you can fly 500 yards away with that something else, you know your transmitter is fine. If you can't do that, I would not go whole ham into Crossfire quite yet, unless you know that you want it. Like if you know that you want to do long range stuff, you're going to do it on Crossfire, so maybe just get it. But if you're not 100% sure about that, I would get an RXSR. They're like $20. And the first thing that's going to get you is diversity. 2 separate receiving antennas, and you're going to put them in a 90-degree orientation, because the strongest part is a donut in this direction, and then the weakest part, the nulls, are going in that direction and that direction. So when you have two of these, your weakest point goes there and there, but then on this one, your strongest point goes this way, which includes there and there. So you eliminate the nulls on this one with this one, and then the same applies here. The null faces straight up, but again, your donut of maximum coverage is going like this. One of those directions is straight up. So those are the two things that I would suggest. FR Sky and these RXSRs with line of sight and a low noise floor at the beach, for example, these will go over a mile. I have personally done it. It is creepy as hell. You start to get weird latency when you're out that far, but they'll absolutely do it. So what you're describing is not normal for FR Sky. And that XM that you've got is basically just an older version of this RXSR with just one antenna. It doesn't have diversity. So what might be happening is, so the other thing to check is your antenna placement. Like so when I build this, I'm going to leave these antennas basically out here like they are. Because I want them as far away from the carbon and the battery as possible. The carbon and the battery do a really good job at blocking the signal that we're trying to get to these antennas. So like if you had this antenna like up in the frame like this and you've got a carbon top plate on top of it, yeah, this is going to cause you fail safes. Get the active part. There's another thing we need to talk about. Get the active part, the active element of this antenna as far away from the carbon and the lithium polymer as possible. So here's the other thing that it could be. This lighter colored part of the antenna is the active element. This is actually the only part of the antenna that does anything. The rest of this antenna that's black, it actually has shielding. If you cut this black open, there's a real fine silver braid in there that's shielding the signal. The reason being is the distance, the length of this active element is tuned to the frequency that these things work off of. So if you have like a magnifying glass or a loop or something, look at this active element really closely and carefully and make sure that there's no breaks. All this active element is really thin shrink wrap on top of threads of wire. So you'll be able to see if there's a break. And if there's a break anywhere in this along the length, it's fucked. There is a way of fixing it. If that's the case, hit me up and I'll tell you more about it, because it's a pain in the ass, but it's totally doable. Also, check that it hasn't been snipped at the end. Like if this got hung up in the props and you clipped even like 2 or 3 millimeters off the end of this thing, it's no longer in tune and it's fucked. So yeah, look at the active element on that antenna, and yeah, antenna placement is very, very important on top of that. So there you go. There's some antenna tech for you guys. Wow. Oh no, I'm not caught up. I just scrolled up. And it looks like me and Noah are going in the same direction. XM Plus. Low Tone says his XM Pluses get way better range than the RXSRs, and I can't figure out why. I can almost guarantee you the reason is the XM Pluses are quarter wave and the RXSRs are fifth wave. The length of this active element is on the RXSR is a fifth of the actual wavelength that 2.4 functions off of, and on the XM Plus, this active element is a little bit longer. It's tuned to a quarter of the wavelength. When it comes to wavelength, so you can with the antenna on your car, you can kind of do this. As long as you're at a multiple of the actual tuned length, you're okay. So like the antenna on Kristen's Mazda 2, for example, right? I talked to my dad about, hey, how do I shorten this big long bastard and have it not kill the reception? And he basically said exactly that. Either cut it in half or cut it in a quarter. just keep, don't just randomly cut the damn thing, because then it's going to be completely out of that wavelength. So these things are another good example of that. Fifth wave still works, but quarter wave is going to work a little bit better. I don't know why FR Sky did that. My hunch is they did that to just shrink everything. And I've had pretty good luck with these fifth waves, but yeah, the XM Plus is quarter wave, and that's going to work a little bit better. You could, well, here's the thing though. Supposedly, FR Sky tuned this RXSR to work off of fifth wave. So I've never. You can just cut some of the shielding away and turn this into a quarter wave, but I've never done it because supposedly you don't want to. I would love somebody to test that, though. That'd be a really good little test. Ronnie Johnny asks, do you have any experience with Flight 1? I do. Unfortunately, it was not the best experience, but it was an experience that I'm glad that I had. When Kristen and I were coming down here, oh man, it's full on story time. Let me get something else to drink, or maybe just some more water. I'll give you guys some music, and I'll be right back. No, we already played that. Here we go. I'll even give you, I'll give you guys a flight editor too. I need a second. Let me give you guys some flight edits that have not seen the light of day yet. This would be cool. Oh God! All right. Oh, why does it do it? Why does it do it? Why does it do it? Alright, let's kill the volume in this. Alright guys, I'll be back. I'm just going to start stuttering all over the place. Whatever. I'll be back, guys. Get out of that tree. Get out of there. What do you guys think of this camera angle, by the way? Tonight's camera angle is a little different. And on the right side here. Alright. Alright, shut up, music. Oh man, I wish you guys had just seen that. That was pretty dope. You'll just have to wait for the edit. Maybe I'll start putting edits up over on Patreon, early access. Do you guys like that, or is that obnoxious to do that? I've seen a couple other people doing that. I don't know if it's obnoxious or not. Putting your edits up on Patreon first. I don't know. I guess as long as you don't only put them up over there, I guess it's not a big deal. All right, there were some really good questions, but let me get a couple things in front of me that I can screw onto this thing while I'm talking, waiting, whatever. Words. We'll go purple because Little Stellar Fox is a purple and blue kind of gal. And bottom, we need these guys. I always run these big heavy bastards in the front because they're going to be what hit the concrete first when I'm flying as low as I possibly can. I don't put them in the back though. I put just regular button heads in the back because you don't tend to hit the back. How far do these guys go through? I want to build this thing to be beefy for her. Yeah, it's not enough. I like a little more thread engagement than that. So we'll go up here. To these guys. Is that the same? Yeah. There it is. Alright, little friends. And then top plate, we can use the short guys. Come on. Get out of there. Alright, cool. So now I have things to do while I'm pouring through this chat. Oh my goodness, you guys have filled the chat. Good work. What do we got? I see double A in there. What's up, my man? Oh my god. How long was I gone? Oh, Mr. Tux left. And I missed him. Here we go. Okay. No, look, no, it's the same thing. Fifth wave versus fourth wave. Quarter wave, rather. House block. Low tone, that could also be a scaling problem. Not a scaling problem, but just a difference in scale. I don't sweat it until I'm like below 40, even sometimes below 30 on the RSSI. So I think you have to check maximum range to really compare the two. But that's kind of a pain in the ass. I think I was starting to talk about my experience with Flight 1. I'm going to give you the 10-cent version, Ronnie, and then come back to another stream and ask me that again, and I'll dive a little deeper. My experience with Flight 1 is that it was gifted to me by Schizo when Kristen and I came down to stay with him when we were thinking about living here, and I spent the better part of 2 to 3 weeks with him, and Wild Willard helped me out getting it set up, getting it to trying to get it to stop bouncing back, and a couple other issues. It just never got there. It just never got to the point where it was better than Betaflight. It's definitely different. There is absolutely a different feel to it. I am just not willing to say that feel is any better. In my opinion, Betaflight is better. It deals with bounce back light years. I mean, there is no bounce back in Betaflight as long as you have the I-term rotation set properly. It just doesn't exist, right? The prop wash handling, in my opinion, isn't quite as good. There's no feed forward, so you can't. There were some things missing that really just kind of blew me away, like turtle mode. I mean, it has turtle mode, but it doesn't work. Which is really, turtle mode was kind of, or the lack thereof, was the deal breaker for me. That was when it was like, okay, I'm not doing this because I'm gonna get hung up on a roof or in a tree 100 feet up, and that's gonna be that. So that was really the one thing that kind of killed it for me in the end. The other being, it started to just fall out of the sky. Lots and lots and lots of builds that I've done. This was one of the cleaner ones that I'd ever done, and it would just randomly drop out of the sky. It did that a bunch of times, and then the last straw, it was dropping out of the sky. I line of sight flew it straight out like this. It was pointing away from me because I can't fly nose in with a shit line of sight. Uncommanded, all on its own, it turns 180 degrees and dips its nose, like straight up the machines are coming to kill us style, dips its nose and flies directly at Kristen's Mazda 2 that I was standing right next to, and bangs into the corner of the windshield. And that was it. It fell out of the sky after it did that, and I took it apart and sent the ESC and flight controller back to John, and that was that. That was my Flight 1 experience. Even in the brief time that it was working, I could definitely tell that it was similar to the Flyduino Kiss gear in that it's just kind of sensitive. Like, everything kind of has to be not perfect, but like damn near perfect for it to work right. And Betaflight is sort of the complete opposite of that. You can give Betaflight a banged up, beaten to hell quad, add a bunch of filtering, and you're good to go, and it's going to fly totally fine. Flight 1 was not like that. When I would bend a prop, it would get really upset. I had to have really fresh, really well-balanced motors on there. And I don't want to sign up for something that's going to require that, right? I would rather have flight control software that can deal with garbage a little bit better. So that's my Flight 1 experience in a nutshell. I probably don't need to tell that story again because I didn't leave out any super important stuff. Let's see. What else do we have? Noah kicking ass, as always. Not as always, because it hasn't been that long yet. I'll say as usual. With RXSR, can you have quadversity? Yes, you can. RXSRs have XBus in, so you could run two of them, or you can team them up with R9. Hell, maybe you could even team them up with Crossfire if you really wanted to. That would be kind of, that would be cool too, because if you're on Crossfire and you forget your module, your ass is driving home. But if you had an RXSR in there set up as redundant, basically, I guess you would run the Crossfire. I don't know if it'll do. I don't think it'll do this. So we'll talk about R9. You can for sure do this with R9, even though R9 sucks. in my experience so far. But, well, screw it. We'll talk about it with RXSRs, because it'll definitely work with RXSRs. But you don't need a module for RXSRs. We'll talk about it with R9. R9 receiver would run into this, into the in on this, and then the RXSR would run out to the flight controller. So if you forgot your module, you would still be able to run off of the RXSR. In your transmitter, you'd have to change it over to D16 rather than it being on Crossfire, talking to the module, but you'd still be able to fly and you wouldn't have to go home. So there's that. Or you could do two of these if you wanted antennas everywhere. You could do, hell, you could probably do 10 of these. I don't know if there's a limit on how many you put together. But yeah, you could do multiples of these and have antennas going every which direction. But if you put the antennas like this, you'll never need to do that, because this is what Steel calls the Immortal L configuration, and it works absolutely fantastic. And of course, I'm going to protect these. Never leave them flopping out in the wind like this.
Um, what else we got? Coffee straws work nicely. Yes, they do. I gotta blast through these. Double A is here. Zip ties and heat shrink work, says Nabi. Absolutely, that's what I'm gonna do this in a minute. AZ drone, cool. Got it. Thanks for the great suggestions. I'll try them. Bumble bolt, zip ties and heat shrink. Yep. Arcsar, Arcsar. Double A asking what I think I already answered. Do you ever trim your Arcsar antennas to quarter wave? I've always wanted to do it. You know, the other reason I haven't done it is I don't have a way to test it. Like, I would do it and then I go, oh, I think this is better. Like, I would need to go to a spot where I could fly to the end of the range on the fifth wave and fail safe, and I would need there. I have no interest in doing that. I'm going Crossfire. I have 4 of the nanos. I just need to get the module. Houseblog says, I think he started his statement with, I'm 5-inch. Lucky you. Ba, 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 he said on my 5-inch. 2306, 2500 kV, 5x5, that's a lot of pitch, 3 blades. I read about motors heating when narrowing in on a tune, but mine always come down ice cold. Run RPM filters, peaks about 130 amps, all good. Yeah, absolutely, man. If your motors are coming down cold, that means your tune and your filtering are good to go. The only way you could cook that would be from those motors having a lot of pitch. But I mean, if it's worked, you should be fine. I mean, yeah. If your motors are coming down cool, 99% of the time you're good to go. Just pound on them. Spudnik likes the lovely stream with music and story time. Hell yeah. Prop Pirate says Da Vinci. What? Tell me more, Prop Pirate. You said Da Vinci? Double A says, ever since Bardwell did the video on it a few ago, I've cut mine. Oh, cool. To quarter. Also, Steel and Stingy did a video on it. No shit. Okay. They did a video on the RXSR. Double A. Because apparently the RXSR is specifically tuned for fifth wave. I've heard, which is the other reason why I never did it. Houseblog, Crane Vid is good. Thanks, man. I've got a ton. That's like my little local spot. That's like right down the street. I fly there a lot, so I have a lot of flight footage from that crane. Alright, Noah being a champion. Ooh, somebody says they don't think wavelength is the issue, and then the scrolling kicked it off the screen because YouTube can eat it. Where did it go? There it is, low tone. I don't think the wavelength is the issue for me. Should be able to get more than... Yeah, for sure. You should be able to get 1,000 yards line of sight. Before dropping to 55 to 60 RSSI. Yeah. That's why I think maybe it's a scaling issue. Maybe they changed the way the scaling is in the RXSR. Like I said, I just don't think about it until it gets down into like the 30s and the 40s. Turtle mode, that was close. Actually, they were doing the antenna mod to the XSR. Yeah, I thought so. I didn't think they'd done one with the RXSR. XSR, from what I understand, was tuned for quarter wave. But that's just what I heard. I don't remember where I heard that. It could have been a person that doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. So yeah, I would love someone to test that. Boom, 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 boom. Bumblebolt still hasn't pulled a proper Matty. They're terrifying. Do them in the sim, brother. That's where I learned them. I spent hours and hours and hours doing Matties in the simulator, and then when I went to do it for real, it was no big deal. Looks nice, it's good. Plug from the radio. 1.5 inch dipole will be better than a quarter. No one puts a cylinder ground on RX antennas like that. That's true.
I've kind of wondered that too, Voltronics. That's a really good question. Of which I do not have the answer. Voltronics says, wouldn't a half wave dipole be better than quarter? I assume so, because it would be double the length, right? So I mean, just physically, it's going to be bigger, which makes a big difference. No one puts a cylinder ground on RX antennas like they do with VTX dipoles. What's up with that? I have no idea. I would love to know the answer to that. So if you figure it out, let me know. I'm not going to research it because I don't use them anymore. Although I am using one of the newbie journals, and maybe we'll look it up at some point. There we go. Okay, half pole to quarter auto transition. Looks like a couple of you guys know each other. That's awesome. Derpa. Noah says Aaron loves butter. Yeah, I had an even worse experience with Butterflight. I'll talk about that in a second. Don't watch the first races of DCL this year if you want to try out Flight 1. Why is that, Bumblebolt? Was it falling out of the air or something? Still probably should open the check. That's because Easter egg feature, Ciati. AI Easter egg feature. Wait, what are you talking about, Voltronics? I lost the thread because I'm trying to read through these so fast. Flight 1 was painful for Quad Force 1. Okay, yeah. So, am I low enough to where I can scare? Please scroll. Yes. Okay, good. So I can scroll to the bottom again. Noah says Aaron loves Butterflight because he knows that these two scars on this finger, and look at that, it's gone. There used to be a little scar on this finger. This was nasty. This bled for over an hour. This was Butterflight, not. So there was a hex. So when I flashed Butterflight for this Matex, not this exact one, but well, hell, it might have been. But the Matec F411 hex in Butterflight was broken. Because Butterflight doesn't have the manpower or the time to check everything top to bottom like Betaflight does. And so I had this controller flip side down, and when I went into the configurator, as I've done a million times, and told it that it was right side up, didn't even think about it, put the quad on the table next to me, armed it. The fact that I'd entered that in there and saved it, it didn't do anything. That field didn't work in Butterflight. So when I put the 180 in there, it was as if I'd put nothing in there because it was just broken. So I was on the transmitter like this, and the quad was over here, and it Tasmanian deviled over and smacked into my hand and the controller, and this bled like hell. And this was a $400 hospital visit because it was really close to the tendon up here. So I was worried that it nicked the tendon that makes this knuckle do this. For anybody who does get their hands chopped up, I learned so I went into the doctor and I explained it, and he goes, okay, and he puts his hand here and he goes, push with your finger on my hand, and I pushed my finger on his hand. He goes, you're okay, here's a Band-Aid, and he left, and that was it. So if you still have strength, like if you nick that tendon, you won't have any strength, is what he made it sound like. And they'll bleed forever, and you'll think you need to go to the hospital, but you really don't. Just keep pressure on it, and it'll stop bleeding after an hour. So there you go. Maybe I just saved somebody $400 that does something with the props on like an asshole, or doesn't check in the goddamn overview tab to see and make sure that the quad is, every time in that overview tab, make sure everything's rotated correctly before you go put a battery on it or props, blah, 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 blah. So this could obviously be avoided. It was also obviously not 100% Butterflight's fault, but that was a perfect example of why I moved away. I mean, I also didn't like the way it flew, but that was an example of why I moved away from Butterflight. I don't want stuff like that happening. I want a firmware with a whole team of developers rather than one guy or two guys. Not saying anything negative about Chris Simpson because I don't want him to come after me and yell at me. But yeah, I mean, manpower, yo. 2 people working on something versus 10. Which do you think is gonna you know, be more dialed in top to bottom. Where on earth is my little container of camera loops, camera mounts? Did I put that somewhere different? What did I do with it? Are they in here now? Well, some of them are in here. What am I putting on this? This is getting an arrow with a fairly wide. So I'm going to use a... Yeah, these guys will work. Alright, cool. I'll use those camera mounts. Sweet. What else do we have? Every time I put antennas out the back, they get chopped by props. Low tone. Here's what you gotta do. You can look up one of Steele's videos. He'll show you how to do this as well. It's all about the direction that these things are willing to bend. They bend in this direction just fine, but they won't bend in this sideways direction, right? So when you put your vertical one, you got to make sure it's like that. You got to make sure it's flat front and back, because this way it can't bend to the side to get into the props. It'll only bend front and back, which is safe. The problem comes with the one that you put sideways. So you just want to put it as low as you possibly can, so that, again, it's not going to want to bend up. It'll just bend over, and it can like touch the motor bell, but that's fine. You know, you just pry it back off and faff with it. But yeah, that was because I had the same thing. I was chopping them a lot. Or here, if you're really sick of them getting chopped and you're willing to sacrifice a little bit of range, put them on the front arms like this. It'll naturally create a V, a 90, so you have both antennas covering each other's nulls. The only problem with doing it this way is it's going to end here, and the prop wash, well, the thrust is going to blow it away from the prop, so it naturally doesn't want to get up on the blades. The only problem with doing it here is it's not the highest point. With it out the back, it's going to be the highest point on the quad, so you'll get a little bit of range because of that. But yeah, those are the two ways to mount it that I've had good luck with. Steve-O, I think the Immortal L has been explained, but if it hasn't, drop another comment and we will. I want to have a Python language in Betaflight. What? Oh, triggered routines. Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be real cool. That would make it even more confusing. Hell yeah. Keep those idiots out of it. Alright, it's beyond 11 o'clock. I have to abandon some of these comments. I apologize, guys. I'm going to leave it scrolled all the way down. I'm going to fly through the rest of this build, and then I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my night with my beautiful wife, Kristen. So let's fly through this. I'm sure you guys want to see it completed. So let's just do it. I would like something in the back to build the Immortal L from. And it's going to be... Tell me I don't have any more of those. I'm going to scream. Come on now. Really? Alright, I can build it with this. I'm missing like an entire container of TPU stuff. It's somewhere. It's organized in a place that made sense the day that I organized it that way and put it in that place.
It's not behind you.
It could be.
Like, to the left. Or like behind you in a bin. It's up.
It's probably where it is. I'm not gonna look for it though. I'm just gonna use this. I'm gonna use this as a holder for the. Nah, you know what? No, I'm not gonna use this. That's stupid. That's stupid. I'll do it the way Steel does it. With the double antennas, and then I'll find. Gotta find something to do with this. That's gonna be the problem. Finding something slick to do with this. Because I like to try to get these up at a 45. Oh, it's way far away from that. I thought there was another cut in the back of this. Yeah, I want something going across the standoffs that I can secure this guy to. I'll think about it while I'm doing the rest of this. Alright, so chat's going to kind of go out the window. Like I said, I apologize, guys, but I got to get this done and do the awesome husband thing. I'm going to use these little guys that have the M3, that fit an M3, and if you have a burning question though, just give me an @Ciotti and I will try to answer it. Or head on over to Patreon, and if you support me, you'll be able to message me there, and I check those messages all the time. There's the link. I can't believe I'm remembering to actually like talk about this shit. Speaking of needing to remember to talk about this stuff, because I didn't think I was going to ever be able to. Like and subscribe and all that nonsense. I think I'm supposed to say that all the time too, right? That's how it works. I think I'm supposed to say hit the bell. I've heard people say that, so I think I should say that. I don't know what the bell does, but you know, hit it and you guys can find out, and then you can tell me. Not that I really care. I think it just shoots an email out. I assume that it just shoots an email out whenever that person puts something new up, which could kind of be handy, come to think of it. You know what? That would be handy. I could put my work email in there. That would be pretty slick. Maybe I'll hit the bell on somebody's channel. All right. We've got a camera. Christ, I have to test this thing too, don't I? I can't imagine anything's wrong though. It's everything is great, grand, and wonderful. Oh, you know what might be a problem though? With no USB port, I can't get into BL Heli. So if the motors aren't spinning the right direction, alright, so now is when we test it. If the motors aren't spinning the right direction, I have to switch motor wires around on the ESC. Oh my god, if I have to do that, I will probably just bail on this for tonight and not have it ready for Jamie. Oh my god, so this is an RXSR. I don't know which rig it came off of, but I'll just rebind it. Oh man, you guys get to listen to the bind beeps. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll at least put it away from the my phone. Did I not hit it? Oh, I didn't hit it twice. 1 through 8 telemetry on. So, when you're trying to bind these by yourself, get a pair of tweezers that are auto close and clamp those on the bind button. Ugh, this is like just wrong enough. Whatever, I'll just hold it down. I've gotten good at plugging these things in one-handed. Go like that. Whoops. Alright, here we go. And there we have it. Green light, solid blue, flashing red. Off. Off. On. Solid green, we're good. Alright guys, cross your fingers that the motors are spinning the right direction. Ooh, one arm. That's great. Okay, so let's see if anything else works. It is bound because it says model still powered, but I guess the switches are off. Oh man. Well, no, it sees something. Because when I go to horizon mode, the red LED comes on. Why you know work? Oh, I can get into the OSD? Well, maybe. Let's see. What channel is it on? Is it on race 7? Let's see if I can get into the OSD. Hey, I can! Well, that's weird. Oh, that's even weirder. It says that it's armed. Oh, wait, no, that was in turtle mode. Okay. Hey! Okay, so we got something. Well, I can actually check it here. I can check the rotation here. So it should be rotating the wrong way here. But it's not. It's rotating the right way. Sons of bitches. Oh, man. Well, here's what's really strange. It says that it's armed right now on regular... Oh no, it's like... It's stuck in... Oh, I know what's going on. The RSSI is on a different channel. The RSSI is triggering the turtle mode to be on all the time because of the way the channels are laid out. So I would need to change the way that I changed the way my channels are laid out recently. So this will actually be fine for Jamie because she won't have this weirdo channel layout that I have. But the problem is these guys are spinning the wrong direction. So I think what I basically need to do is I've never had to do this, but I think you just have to change 2 of the motor wires. Can anybody confirm that for me in the chat? And this is going the wrong direction. They're gonna all be going the wrong direction. Yeah, that's going the wrong direction. And that one is too. Well, that's just terrific, guys. Just great, 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 great turn of events. This is why you test before the whole thing is put together. My excuse being, I kept forgetting that. Yeah. I kept forgetting that that there's no USB port on the flight controller. Damn. That's super annoying. That's super, 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 super annoying. It could be that the no, because it did say armed. It wouldn't have said armed if the flight controller thought it was upside down. Plus, I turned that off. I turned that feature off. I can kind of get to the wires. I just have to change 2, so I can just change the outside ones. Let's see how quick we can do it. Oh, man, I got it all up in there. This one's going to be really hard. No, I got to take it apart. I can't do it. I can't think of any other way around it. because I can't get into BL Heli. Yeah, you can't just hit. What's up, Mars? How are you, man? I can't just hit reverse motors in Betaflight in the OSD or anything. There's no way to hook the ESC directly up. I don't know where the USB port went, so I can't even like try to tack it back on there. Can I kind of like just finagle this? Nah, you know what? We're going for it. I'm going to turn the temperature on the iron all the way up. And we're just going to burn the house down. Here we go. Burning it down. Full speed ahead. Somebody time me. Oh man, it's about to get sloppy up in here. Nah, we won't get full blown sloppy. We'll rein it in. We'll keep it under control. So I'm gonna swap the outside too. Put him over here. Try to get the work over here closer so you guys can see. Don't do that in the chat. Who's that doing that? You're lucky I don't have time to look. I would mute you for 30 seconds. I haven't been able to do that to anybody yet. I mean, I assume it just mutes them for 30 seconds, but you know, I always like to hit all buttons at least once. Those two are just as good as they were. When I first realized they were backwards, I almost said, "What are the odds?" And then I immediately, before it came out of my mouth, I answered that question with 50%, dumbass. Ugh, this is so annoying. Come on, get over here. The reason why I do it upside down like this is so that the soldering iron isn't crossing over and potentially touching anything it shouldn't be touching. Alright, that one's good. Let's get this on. And I think that this is a better angle for you guys to see. Although it's probably so small in the frame that you guys can't see it anyway. But in case you can, there you go. That last one was kind of ugly, but plenty strong. Strong and ugly is fine. Weak and ugly, nah, not into that. And I push those down because the camera's going to be up here. Alright. Speaking of, let's get that out of the way. Mongo! Good night, brother. Be good. Man, I got these all nice and zip tied down too. Oh, look at that. Right, because the arms get thinner. Sweet! Just rocket these zip ties out a little bit. Give me a little bit of room to work here. Oh yeah, man, we got this. This ain't gonna be that bad. I really do like just walking away, though. Sometimes it just feels so good to go, you know what? Fuck you. You might have won for this night, but I have thumbs and feet, and I'm gonna walk away, dick. And then I'm gonna come back to you tomorrow, and I'm gonna be victorious. Wow, the iron is up really hot. Holy shit. It just liquefied that in no time. That was crazy. I do love when the iron's hot, and Steel actually runs his at full bananas all the time. You just, like, I will get frustrated, and I'm not a good candidate for running it at full stink. because I get frustrated at inanimate objects. And frustration plus soldering is never a good combo. Ooh, a good one. Oh yeah. Tight space. Still getting a good one. Man, thank Christ this isn't mine. I would not be able to take these wires being not lined up like this. I'm going to hide it as best as I can, but man. There we go. Right, let's do these before I start faffing about with those again. Come on, come on, come on. Thanks to everybody hanging in, man. You guys are fucking rock stars. Give me 1 second. I'll look up and grab a comment that I can talk about. Oof, this one's gonna be tight. This one's gonna be tight. It's gonna be really hard to get back in there. That's gonna be the problem. Especially because I got these wires all up in here. Alright, let's see. I think that might be just enough. If I come around over here. Yeah, we got that. Yeah, we got that. Just gotta make sure these pads don't bridge because I'll never be able to get them unbridged. Alright, get this guy out of the way. Pick up this guy. Ugh, come on, buddy. Move him. Make sure this is the right one. Yeah, it is. Let's make this a little bit taller. It's a little flat right now. There we go. Alright, let's see if I can get it. Oh yeah, that'll be fine. Just gonna add a little bit of solder. Okay, it's so junked up that it's not getting hot. Why is this solder not melting? What? What's going on? Oh, there it goes. That was weird. Huh. That was very strange. Yeah, now it's fine. Odd. Soldering iron might be taking a dump. Ugh, okay. Oh, God. Oh, that wire's right there. Gross. Go back in and just a little nicer. Alright, good. Just making sure they're not bridged. And last one. What the hell happened to you, friend? Is that just solder that pulled out? Okay, yeah. Good. Looked like there was a ton of wire exposed, but it was just the solder. All right. Whoop. In case there's any new folks to soldering, when you pull the heat off, it's really important to, with your left hand, keep the wire very, very still. That is to prevent a cold solder joint. The solder kind of cools from where the heat was removed first to last, and if you're moving it as it's cooling and hardening, it'll like form little creases and valleys and shitbirds, and then it's a very weak solder joint. I think we're good. Those were a little sketchy, but they should be strong. let's see what happens. If that didn't fix it, I'm done. Fair warning. Because I was supposed to end this an hour and a half ago. But I do need desperately view hours, so this is awesome. You guys rule for sticking around. If I get, everybody keeps asking me for to send super chats and stuff, and in order to do that, I have to monetize my channel. In order to monetize my channel, I have to have over 4,000 view hours in the last 12 months, and I'm at like 1,000. So I have a ways to go, but the only way I'm going to get there is by you guys sticking around. So yeah, I super duper appreciate that. That is very cool of y'all. You all, not y'all, you all. I'm not from the South. I'm from New Ava, Jersey. Alright, so there we go. Wires are pretty again. It's already driving me insane that two of them are switched. But hopefully it doesn't blow up. Oh. Well, that's not good.
Welcome to OpenTX.
Did you guys notice? Flight controller's not getting power. Did my power lead come off? It's good on that side. It's good on that side. That's weird. Maybe it was just sometimes. Nope. What? Why? Even if I bridge these pads, what effect would that have on the flight controller? It's got ground. It's got power. Don't tell me I have to break out the multimeter. That's unacceptable. What? Why all of a sudden? What's the deal, bro? Well, I mean, I don't have a choice. Ugh. Really? Did anybody see what happens? Jeez. All right. What is happening? Why? What? Did I maybe push the iron up against something? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, hold on. Is this battery just completely dead? That'll sometimes make the flight controllers super grumpy. Let's see. Nope, of course not. Battery's fine. Maybe a different battery. Dur dur dur. Oh look, the batteries in the multimeter are dead. No, they're not. Alright, so let's see. Let me check up here. I'm going to check this VBAT, and I might as well check the ground that's right next to it. Alright, yeah, there's 0 good. VBAT and ground. 15.53 volts. Okay, so so the flight controller is getting power. It also appears to be getting motor signal. These signal wires look fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what the hell? Okay. Well, that was pretty interesting.
Telemetry lost.
So, I wonder if the VTX blew up. So the VTX, oh man, I hate when they do this. They're passing current through these holes that I cut out, and the VTX was being pushed backwards into the rear standoffs, and that was grounding the VTX out, and that in turn was, wow, I don't know why it didn't just blow up. That's kind of cool. that the flight controller didn't blow up. I guess that's because it was just, so it's a 5-volt VTX. So the 5-volt regulator on the flight controller was just getting, an open circuit, and they must. So either one of two things happened. It either blew up, which I'll check in a second. No, it didn't blow up because I saw the VTX power on. Yeah, so good on Maytech. So they've got protection built in on their 5-volt regs, so that if they ground out, they don't blow up. That's really slick. I don't know of any other flight controllers that do that. Most of them just catch on fire for you, and then you get to buy them again. Try to figure out what the hell happened. So I need to put heat shrink over these standoffs, which I should have done in the first place, but I refuse to get to the point where I believe that all manufacturers put fucking power through the outside of the goddamn board. Guys, the lack of I know, Noah, right? The lack of common sense in these electronics that we build with in their design is fucking staggering. So here's a little heat shrink trick, right? This doesn't quite fit over this standoff that I need it to go over, but it's really close. Cut it down and stretch it out. It stretches smaller. Why wouldn't it stretch bigger? Cut them. Put your pliers on them. So this is what I do with receivers too. I use the shrink wrap to hold the UFLs down, and I do it like this. I stretch it out even more so that when I shrink it down, it really shrinks down. There's like a set amount that these will shrink down, and so when you stretch it out, you don't affect that, but you can put it over bigger things, right? Make sense? Wow, I am so shocked that it didn't just blow that 5-volt regulator up. Man, Maytech, you guys are champions. And let's stretch this one out too. Can't believe I got the multimeter out for no reason. Nah, let me stretch that one a little more. Oh god, no, it's gone. Guys, it's gone. Gone forever. Found it! Alright. That'll go down. There we go. Alright. Go down. And... who's got... I just hate getting it out. There's no reason for it. Like, it's not like it takes long to get out. But I just hate having to get it out. It's like you know what it is? It's like I failed if I have to get it out. You know what I mean? It's like admitting defeat. I don't want to admit defeat. I want to be undefeated. Me against the quads. I gotta win. Can't let the machines win, guys. Come on. All right. Now we're good. No more of that rounding out to that. What was I even checking? Motor direction, right? Hey.
Critical telemetry recovered.
Alright, so I mean, it doesn't even matter. Turtle mode is on all the time right now. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, let's see. Yay! Which one is this? Up left? Yep. Yep. Oh, oh. Good to Gizzle my kerflopple. So I just have to remember to tell Jamie to use the way to set up her Tyrannus. Oh man, we're also gonna have to make a specific model for this because it's on TAER. Whatever. I'll figure that out. Camera on, down. I looked through the goggles and the camera was working. It was horrendously out of focus though, but luckily these mounts hang the nose of this thing out so far. Although this is the wrong lens on here. This lens will break off if she tries to fly it. So let's get it out of here. This is the 1.8 millimeter lens from the. So this is an Arrow, but this is the which only comes with a 2.1 or a 2.3. This 1.8 lens is from the Predator, and in order to get it to focus, you can only screw it in like that tiny little mount. So the first time you slam it hard, it just comes flying out. So we need to get the regular lens back on this so that doesn't happen. And that is over here in my box. I don't want dust to get on the sensor, so I just screwed that back on halfway. And now I need to go in here and get this out at light speed because I'm over this right now. Fuck you, Mongo. I'm on their website. I'm one step closer. I'll get the magnetic mat, man. Don't you worry. Believe me, I'm so looking forward to having that. Holy crap. Where did I put the Predator? Where's that other lens? Is this this is an IR lens. Where is the factory lens? Did I maybe lose it in a crash? No, that's an IR lens. I think that's the one. That's probably the one. I thought it would say Foxeer on it, though. You would think... Is this IR? This is IR as well. I could use this. What's this? 2.3? I wanted to use... And this is RunCam. This is a RunCam 2.3. It's going to be really narrow on this. And I was kind of saving that for the Tarsier. So let's see what else we got. What's this? This is another one. Oh, this is the split lens. We don't want that. Huh, is this really all the lenses that I thought I had more spare lenses in this. I wonder if this is the one. It looks really small. Well, let's see if it focuses. Oh, it's not the right thread. Okay. Definitely not the one. Damn it, where's the regular lens for this? I used to have a little container of my extra lenses, but I thought that I put them all in here. Let me check one spot up here. Let's see what's in here. Yeah, this is where they used to be, but they're not in here anymore. I moved them. Huh, I guess it's going to be that 2.3 RunCam lens. That's the one. It's going to have to go in there, because I don't know. Oh, I know where that lens is. It's on that. Luke's got it. Luke's got it. Alright, good. So I didn't lose it. It's on a camera that I gave to my buddy. So if this 2.3 will focus, I'll leave it on here for a bit because I think this camera is gonna make its way back to me when, I don't know, whatever. These lenses are cheap. Who cares if it never comes home? Oh, come on, man. Catch the threads, you jerk. There it is. Alright, let's check it. Make sure it'll focus.
Telemetry recovered.
Telemetry recovered. How did I end up with that many lenses? Much destruction indeed. No one knows what's up. So I firmly believe, and I think one of the secrets of all the pro pilots that you love to watch the most. Oh yeah, this thing focuses. Yeah, boy. The secret to me is that if you're not crashing, you're not flying hard enough, and you're not learning. So, and I've kind of thought that from the beginning. It was something that I always wished I could figure out how to make happen in motorsports, but it's way too expensive to follow that same philosophy with motorsports. But yeah, so I fly considerably beyond my skill level pretty much at all times. And every single time I crash, it's very easy to get pissed off and say, ugh, I suck so bad. But in reality, it's just a sign that you're pushing yourself to be even better than you currently are, is I guess the best way to say that. Now, the flip side of that is dumb crashes. I mean, I guess you could say, oh, you learn something every time no matter what. But I think more realistically, if your skill level is a 5 out of 10, and you try to do something that would require a skill level that's 10 out of 10, I don't think you learn anything. I think you need to push yourself a little bit beyond your limit to the point where you are crashing. That's really it for me. If I'm crashing, once, maybe twice per battery, I'm pushing myself hard enough. And then when I get into the right headspace and have a really good battery, I won't crash. And so that's kind of where I live. I live in that balance of I almost always crash at least once per pack. And that's fine because I prefer to edit my videos together and grab like the best little 30-second runs and 30-second chunks, because I just typically don't fly good enough to put an entire battery in like steel that is just absolutely shredding from beginning to end. That's such an unbelievable sign of talent to be able to do that. When you see guys that consistently will put an entire battery together that's like just fire, that is real hard. So hopefully I'll get there, but for the time being, I will continue to push myself to this point where I crash a couple times a battery. That really seems to be my personal sweet spot, and yeah, just replacement. Sort of the other thing too, right, is like coming from motorsports, this hobby is infinitely inexpensive in comparison. So I have no problem replacing a $17 motor or a bunch of $7 arms, stuff like that. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on the budget side. If your budget doesn't support that, then I think it's awesome that you're watching a micro stream, because micros crash a whole hell of a lot better than 5-inch rigs. So that's certainly a good thing. And I would just say, yeah, I mean, I would literally, like, when I was, that was the big part of the reason why I chose micros, is because I knew that it was going to be cheaper, and everything was going to be cheaper, not just the initial outlay, but motors were going to be $9 per instead of 17 or 25 or whatever. So I think that's a big part of your gear selection too, right? Like if you don't have a huge budget, don't build a rig with $25 per motors on it. That doesn't make any sense. Unless you get blasters, I guess, with the free replacement plan, which is it's kind of interesting. That's a real compelling argument for those motors, in that it'll allow you to fly real hard. The only problem there, I guess, being when your main rig goes down, so that the discussion then turns to, okay, well, when I wreck, I can't fly for a week. Get it? Totally get it. I was there for a long time. I would spend all that time on the simulator, which is arguably even better spent when you're learning how to fly. Sim time is like the thing that will accelerate your flying skill more quickly than anything else, basically because you don't have to chase the quad down, bang it into something. You don't have to replace anything. You just fly. You just put stick time in for hours and hours and hours. I used to do no less than a half an hour a night on the simulator when I was really going after it and hell-bent on becoming a good pilot. So, yeah, there's that. But it's a balance, man. This hobby is a really interesting balance in a lot of different ways, and this is for sure one of them. How do I get better? How do I get enough stick time to get better? And it's hard. It's you don't see a lot of people that are at that like top tier of piloting yet. And like, yeah, the hobby's new for sure, but it is admittedly very difficult to find the time to do that and to balance the time. And up until recently, that was my focus. My focus was getting better as a pilot. My focus was not on building a huge audience. It was not on doing a ton of edits. I tried to do, edits here and there when I could, but my main focus was getting out and flying and then fixing. And those two things took up all of the time that I had available to me. And it's important to also draw that line, right? Like, especially if you have a family. This hobby like lends itself to just eating your life. Like, you can spend so much time in this hobby, and just not even realize it. That you really have to check yourself more than once, and just make sure that you're not neglecting the other things, because that's what tends to lead to quitting the hobby, right? Like, you put all your time into it and you just get frustrated, or someone in your life gets frustrated that you're ignoring them, and then you just say, oh, well, screw it, and you quit. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants you to quit. I have almost quit a whole bunch of times. What sim do I like? Asks the house blog. Man, I haven't looked at the chat in like 20 minutes, guys. I apologize. You're gonna have to bombard me on the next one with your questions, or join Patreon and send me a message. I just posted the link again. Look at that. I'm remembering. This is crazy. So I think somebody asked what motors. These are RCX 1304 4000s, and we are done with this build, folks. What I guess I have to give her a Rotor Riot micro battery strap, since she's a Rotor Riot sponsored pilot now. Where are they is the question. Are they over here? Nope. Are they over here? Is that one? Nope. What about over here? Maybe they're over here, guys. Found them. Oh, God. Okay. All right. We got it. I got it. Oh, we got it. Oh. KTMJ says his 3 kids helped him leave motorsports. Yeah, dude. Motorsports is a whole other level of Time Vampire. Did I file these? Hey guys, on your top plates, if you're going to use the batteries, well, I mean, if you're going to put a battery on a top plate, file the edges, and you'll never rip another battery strap. So just look at the edges where it's going to wrap around and just file those down. It doesn't have to be much. You just have to knock that really sharp edge off that the carbon fiber, these antennas. God damn it, Larry. Let's do this quick. Much like everything else that we've done. It's all quick. We're doing it all quick, guys. Is this ship bag going to be long enough? Nah, not quite. Alright. So the question becomes, is there going to be enough space for the head on this tie rack? Let's see. So if I put it there, yeah, that's fine. Alright, so here's Steele's method. I'm going to use these like medium-sized ones. So you do your, I think he does the vertical first, and then the horizontal one out the back. So I'm actually going to do it, he cuts the little head off. I'm actually going to leave the little head on. So I'm going to leave this guy up like this, and I'm going to put the other one around there to hold this guy, and then we'll be golden. So first thing I'll do is, I gotta get up into the camera so you guys can actually see this. Just get this started, and we're gonna trim these way the hell down. But all right, so get that started like that. Drop this guy down in there, or feed it up from the bottom if you made it too tight, or just slip it off the top like that if you have 2 brain cells in your head. All right, so then back over here, and drop it down into a good spot, and zip it down. So what you're doing is you're giving yourself an L. Ugh. There we go. Okay. So I just zipped that down above the standoff like a complete idiot, but that's actually fine. We have the space. I now want to really crank this one down because I don't want this to rotate. So I'm going to get the pliers out, and I think I can probably get one more click on this. Let's listen. Well, it didn't click, but it's way tight now, so we're good. Now it's nice and tight on that standoff. I wanted to get it down lower, but whatever. Still trying to figure out what I'm going to do with this. So now I've got both parts of the L. This one only wants to bend forward and back. It doesn't want to bend left and right to go in the props. This one technically could, but it usually doesn't until it does. I'm actually going to shorten this up. I'm not going to run the whole length of this, even though it would get better signal like that. It would make it easier for it to come into the props. I'm going to just like loop this back and just shorten this down, because if this is nice and short, it won't be so wobbly. And it'll also be less wobbly once we get the shrink wrap on it. So I have to get the shrink wrap back out. Which sim do I like? Houseblog asked. I haven't run a sim in a long ass time, so I don't know how to answer that. The last sim that I did like was Liftoff, and I'm willing to bet that the situation is still the same, where Liftoff is more for freestyle, is more accurate for freestyle flying, and I'm putting this upside down, and Velocidrone is better for racing, but neither one of them are all that expensive, so just buy them both. Or, I mean, if you want to buy on brand loyalty, TBS sponsors Velocidrone, and who the hell sponsors Liftoff? Rotor Riot is one of the sponsors of Liftoff. So there you go. You get options. All right. Yeah, just to get done. What was I doing over here? Antennas. So the vertical one is already kind of shortened, and it's much less of a issue, it flying up into the prop. You know what I'll do? I'll run the vertical one. I'll run the long one on the vertical, and then I won't. I don't really need to shorten this one, or do I? Yeah, it's still too long. Screw it. Let's just do it. Let's just go. Whoop. I will leave this one long because it does make a noticeable difference in range when you have one of them that's nice and long. Man, that's a little too long though. That's crazy. That's dumb. I'm gonna shorten it, and I'm just gonna loop it up back here. But let's do this one first. Get it out of the way. Come on! You! There we go. Alright, so before you go chopping anything, make sure that your shrink wrap isn't too far down. You want to make sure that the active element is fully covered. And I could use another piece of shrink wrap to get it all the way down, but whatever. I've stopped doing that. So I'll just do this and just shrink down like the tip to get it to hold. And then I'll actually leave the rest of it. I don't like to shrink the whole thing down because it makes it really hard to get the shrink wrap off. So I'll just shrink like the top part here all the way down so it really grabs on the top. And then the rest, I'll just give it a little bit of heat just to shrink it up a little bit. Because if it's super tight all the way down, like I said, it's just really hard to cut that off. And you're going to have to cut it off at some point. Guaranteed. Don't chop the end of the active element. Then I'll actually just hit the tip of this thing with a little bit more heat to kind of seal it up. Because they love to move around. And the ceiling fan is on. Turn it off. Ow! Come on. Got it. Alright. Going fast. We're going fast. We're going fast. One side, and then the other, and then pinch it. And that usually will keep it on there. So now we're going to go down the length. And just give it a little bit of heat, just to kind of shrink it down a little bit. Don't give it full beans and have it tighten all the way up, because it'll be a jerk to get off of there. There it is. That's just right. Yeah, so when you get it just right, you can still kind of move the wire around a little bit in there. But if you don't get it tight enough, it won't. The shrink wrap does a really good job at making the antenna a little bit stiffer. So yeah, do and don't do that. What the hell was over my hand? Oh, from the ceiling fan. I hope you guys are having a good time in the chat, because I am just full blown ignoring you. I'll make it up to you next time. Maybe I should figure out, maybe I should maybe I should move everything over so I'm right in front of the monitor so I can just look up. Although it's pretty easy just to look to my left. I'm just in the zone and trying to get this done quick, so that I can hang with Kristen for at least a little bit tonight. And it's, of course, getting hot as shit in here immediately now that the ceiling fan is off. So let's just blast through this. There we go. A little bit more there on the end. Yep. There we go. Cool. That's where I want to be. And what do we got here? Again, don't cut the tip of the antenna off, or you will detune it, basically, is what you would be doing there. It would no longer be tuned properly at, in this case, 5th wave. I'm just going to take this. Never be too busy to be neat and tidy with this stuff. I don't just want to leave this hanging out here waiting to get snagged on a branch or something and ripped out. I want to tuck it into this zip tie here, just so that it has some sort of it is being sort of positively held in some way, shape, or form. Get in! Get in! Get in there! Come on. Come on, get in there. Come on. You suck. Ah, there we go. There we go. Now we got it. Now we got it. Or not. Yep, there it goes. Yes. Come on. Just, are you too good for your home? Answer me. There we go. Cool. Now that guy is in there and happy and being held. And again, with these antenna wires, just keep your kid gloves on. Just be gentle. So there we go. Receiver wires are good. I gotta figure something to do with this, and we'll be done. So I didn't think of it when I said I was gonna think of it. Needs more hammer. I guess I'll do it with a biggin. I can put a biggin here. I could also put a biggin back there. But then it's stuck to the top plate. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to run it at a 45 like that, and I'm just going to run it straight out the back on one of these guys. And should be totally fine. Not ideal because I would love to get it up at a 45 like this. I would love to get it up here at like 45, but I don't have a way of doing that right now. And straight out the back works pretty damn good. Straight out the back is a winner. The only time straight out the back doesn't work is when you're flying back towards yourself, so your nose in, and you flatten out, because then you put the entirety of the quad between you and the antenna, and you also point this null directly at yourself. So it's like the worst of the worst of the worst scenarios. Alright, make sure I get the zip tie tight as a tiger. I gotta do this off camera. There it is. I got 2 clicks out of that one, man. That thing is buried. That's going nowhere. Good. Alright, other than the fact that I loosened up the standoff. There we go. Alright, so I'll just throw a little thing of zippy on there. And I did it with the bigger, thicker one because I don't want it flopping around and getting into the props, if at all possible. So one more piece of shrink wrap. Oh boy, we're in it now, guys. We are in it. 120 gram drone, 5 gram zip tie. You can't weigh the full zip tie though. If you weigh a little piece of zip tie, it's a lot less than the full zip tie. That's something that, like when Steele gives the weight of zip ties, he gives it in the full length of the zip tie. I'm like, no, that zip tie does not weigh more than that electric tape. They weigh the exact same. I've put them on the scale. I'm that fucking nerdy. Or obsessed. Let's call it obsession. That's better. That makes me feel better. Alright, and this is a tight squeeze, which is a good thing because it's got to really shrink down. Let me see if I can... Well, let me actually try this. Let's go super old school. Just see if it needed a little moisture. Nah, it still doesn't want to go. Maybe I can just yoink it. Maybe. Nah, that's not gonna want to grab. That's not gonna want to grab. Nope, I gotta stretch it. Alright, let's stretch it out. See if I can stretch it with these guys. When it's really long like this, it's hard to stretch in the needle nose. So sometimes what I'll do is put it on this and just face them in opposite directions, and then you can just sort of get your fingers up in there and just kind of pull to just stretch it out a little bit. This particular shrink wrap is very very thin too, so it stretches pretty easily usually. The only problem is when you're trying to do that lift, it's a lot harder. Let's see how much I got it. Fuck, come on, man. Get up in there. The other thing I could do is cut the existing shrink wrap off of the little metal bastard that's on the VTX antenna, and and then just run a bigger piece of shrink wrap. Yeah, we got this. We'll make this work. Man, I really pinched down on my finger. It hurts like hell, if I'm honest. Go, go, go. Get in there. Yeah, buddy. There it is. Sweet. Let's light it on fire so I can turn the ceiling fan back on and not sweat to death in here. So now, when this shrinks up, oops. When this shrinks up, it'll actually be a lot tighter than if I'd run a bigger piece of shrink wrap that wasn't such a pain in the ass to stretch over this piece. See that? See, that's nice and tight? So now that's not going anywhere. And now this whole thing, once I cut this floppy bastard off, is going to be nice and strong. So as to hopefully not get over into the props. There it be. That's how I'm gonna. Yeah, that ain't going nowhere. That's not getting in the props. No way. No way. And you can see this one is nice and solid too. I don't love that these two guys are on the same plane. There's a little bit of rotation between them. I would never want them perfectly perpendicular, because then their strongest bits are blasting into one another. So I do have a little bit of an angle that's kind of nice. Yeah, this will be totally fine. I wouldn't long range with this micro, but I wouldn't long range with any micro, because that's just insane and sounds like the most boring thing in the world, because micros don't cover much ground. It would be fun, maybe, like, just to do it for the sake of doing it. But like, I don't know why you would do it, because the whole micro thing is like, well, it's quiet, right? So I don't want the people around me getting pissed. Well, if you're long ranging, you're really far away. Who cares what the people far away think? Make all the noise in the world. Scare the shit out of them. What was I gonna grab? Foam bastard. That's what. Yeah. So that's that. Dividing did a half a mile out with a 2.5. How long did it take to get there, Aaron? 100 nights? A fortnight? Do 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 do. Wait, no. Dividing by 0, you're not Aaron. Double A is Aaron. God damn it, dividing. I always forget your name. I am the worst friend in the world. Ugh. Usually people's names have like at least something. You know who gets me with that? Remy Tim. I forget because it's Tim, because it's Remy Tim, but that's not his name at all. But it throws me off every single time. Almost done, woman. Oh, god damn it. I'm sorry. She's going to bed, guys. I knew this was going to happen.
It's almost 12:30.
Do you have an episode in ya? Or are you shot? What's that hand motion? Don't give me the finger. Stop taking your clothes off. Don't run around outside. What? Okay. We're done. This is it. Bolt it on. Put the props on. Cover. And we're out of here. 1. Get in there. Now's when everything like revolts against you too, right? Like, last step is always the impossible. Man, you guys are in it to win it. 16 people still up in here after 4 fucking hours. Was it 4 hours? Did I start at 8? 4.5 hours. You guys are lunatics. What is wrong with you? You're obsessed. You're as obsessed as I am, and I love it. And you just got to watch me finish. You just got to watch the slowest builder, but one of the neatest builders, I'd like to think. Get this done. Oh, I didn't turn the fan back on. I'm sitting here boiling. Ugh, there it is. Bing, bang, boom. Side note, in order to run 20mm standoffs, you have to file a little bit of the top front corner of the camera away. I'm going to show you in 1 second. Let me look in the viewfinder. So the top corner of the camera, you got to file that down to be able to get some clearance there for in order to run 20mm standoffs. I've been doing that for a long time, and I've never one break. So, and it's like the front of the screw hole, so it should be totally fine. So, there we have it. Let's put a humongous 850 on this to hover test it, because I think it's the only micro battery I have charged right now. I haven't flown in a hot minute. Oh, I need props. Who knew? I have some. Luckily. I got them props, guys. Them OG props. OG 25 something or other. I don't know. Something. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh my god, CNC mill. Harold has one, and I'm so jealous. I'll break apart. I broke a base plate on the Crush, and I was like, "Hey man, it doesn't look like Heli Direct has them. What am I gonna do?" He just cuts one, mails it to me. Like, oh, okay, must be nice. Harold being Ryan Harold, sorry, of Mini Quad Test Bench. In case you're not familiar. Really, really incredibly knowledgeable guy. Just a nice person, too. Just a good human being, guys. He's just a good human. Ugh. Get in there. Alright, I'm actually trying to look at the chat now. Oh god, yeah, carbon dust. Yikes. Alright, if anybody has questions that I missed, put them in the chat right now. because we are about to shut this mother down once I get these props on, the battery plugged in, the hover test done. It is going to be a quick bailout from your boy, Ciotti. Alright, sweet. Almost there. Get out of here. Get out of here, everybody. Everybody out.
Where's the water?
Okay. Alright. Look at all you beautiful people still in here. Rink Shrap, yes! Yeah, the whole props on, props off thing, man. Don't mess around with them. I know everybody says it, but like, and I had a period where I was real bad about it. But yeah, this shit scared me. And then I got it again a month later, which wasn't as bad over here. I don't even remember what that second one was. Oh my god. Looks like a tick that's been on a host for... I don't even know if the battery strap is long enough. I don't think it is. Oh my god. Look at this big fat shit. Oh god. Alright, we're alright. It's gonna be fine, I think. Need to gobble up some of this cable. Let's do this. Go! Just don't want the battery leads. Usually I put the battery leads inside the on my 5-inch rigs as well. I put it inside the battery strap, which does a amazingly good job at keeping your battery leads from getting chopped up. All right, transmitter's not on. Come on, come on.
Welcome to OpenTX.
Come on. All right, there we go. Cool. Let's see. I guess I should let you guys watch the potential disaster. Yeah. Just hover tests inside. No big deal. Is the cat there? I'm sorry, buddy. I just threw the fucking thing right on top of the cat. Oh, I'm a bad kitten owner. Alright, more light in here. Let's blow something up. You fly in turtle mode? You don't. No flying in turtle mode. There's no flying in turtle mode. Just like there's no crying in baseball. Alright, let's see. It won't arm. Oh, right. It's not going to arm because the RSSI is hung up on the... Well, what I can do is make sure turtle mode pushes down. And you know what? Let me fix the... I can fix the model real quick. Nah, it's not going to be real quick. Well, if I shut RSSI off, if I got really far away, I'd be fine. Because RSSI would drop low enough. God damn it. If I rebind it, I can get to that bind button pretty easily. Let's do this. Let's rebind it to a different model that's on my old switch setup.
Telemetry lost.
Before I went to 8-channel. That's what's causing the problem. I went to 8-channel on a bunch of my models, including the model that this is set up on. And that moved the RSSI to where the switch 4 position was, and that jacked it all up. So let's select a different model, and let's see. Oh good, this model doesn't even have RSSI on it, so that's perfect. So let's go to bind. You guys get to listen to the wonderful bind beeps again. And let's get this in here on the bind button. There that is. And hey, Kristen, can you come plug this battery in for me?
Where are you?
this side. Yeah, buddy. Hook a brother up. Ow! Solid green, red flashing, solid blue. Good to go. Hang 1 second for me.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure. And solid green, we're good. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's try it again. Let's shut the door so we don't kill any kittens. What do you say? So I think it'll just work. I hope. The crickets, right? Yeah, there we go. All right. So whenever I'm doing this, especially inside, I will just arm really quickly and just like a little bit longer every time to make sure it's not going to go ballistic. All right. So now it's fine idling, and we're just going to give it a little bit of stick input, and we're going to have our finger on the button on the disarm switch. All right. So it's not freaking out. So now we'll give it a little throttle. And we're good. Flips and rolls inside are fun. Old rates on real fast. So we're good. Alright.
Telemetry lost.
Yeah, buddy. That's how we're going to end the stream, with telemetry lost. Alright, people. You are all very, very cool for hanging till the end. Oh, I need to fix it. What's happening here? What are you doing? Okay. Yeah, man, you guys are awesome. I love every last one of you. If you haven't heard me bitching on about it yet, here is my Patreon, which is where I'm dumping all of the micro secrets, all of the unreleased, unviewable videos from my channel, and all kinds of other fun stuff. We'll do some giveaways at some point. We'll do some Patreon only streams, and shit, if there's anything else you guys can think of, let me know. I'm down for whatever. So yeah, there's Jamie Ann's build with some bent props. I saw one was bent pretty good from slamming to the ground, but that's okay. Motors are actually a little warm, so I'm going to go into the goggles and back the tune off a little bit. But yeah, there's a CB3, which will soon be called the Ripper, the Rotorius Ripper DX. I'll let everybody know when that's available, and yeah, it'll be a cool little build. Awesome. Lots of room in there too for the stack to kind of hang out, and then someday when we put an HD cam in, we'll have plenty of space for the board that records things. Whew, a lot of talking for one night. You guys rule. I will talk to you on Patreon. The other cool thing about Patreon is it gives you access to a couple of Facebook groups, Ciotti Swap and Shop and the Micro Kings Castle, where you guys can all hang out and talk to each other and post videos and do whatever the hell you want. So I'm out of here. My name's Aaron Ciotti. You guys should call me Ciotti like all my friends, because you're all my friends, and I will see you on the next one. That button.